Hello. Oh. I see what I'm missing. Everything was going so well. Hello.
Seaweaver is still fighting with his system. What?
No, it's not even fighting. Everything was going so well. I did it all properly. Everything was going so well.
Seaweaver is still fighting with his system.
No, I forgot. No, it's not even fighting. Everything was going so well. I did it all properly.
Oh, you should generally try to begin to exist. I found it quite a positive experience overall.
Begin to exist.
Kappa, Leo, Scobalt, it's good to see all of you. Thanks for coming
generally
by.
Try
Leo,
to
it has
begin
been
to exist.
so welcome
I
back.
found it quite a positive experience overall.
Didn't I?
Kappa, Leo, Scobalt, it's good to see all of you. Thanks for coming by.
Leo,
it has been a bit, so welcome back.
But I think I took your top chat. Oh well, too late, didn't I?
Yeah, well.
Huh? That being your live chat as part of the test. Depending on when they put that in. But I think I took your top chat. Oh well, too late. I should be able to see your chat messages today again. That being said, and depending on when they put that in, daily should work on my end now as well. I should be able to see your chat messages. It should just give you a daily.
We shall see.
And
yeah,
daily should work.
Leo,
on
you are correct.
well.
I am creeping perilously close to my 400 subs mark.
Wow.
Yeah,
Leo, you are correct. I am creeping perilously close to my 400 subs mark.
Pulling folks in.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's the
story times that I've been doing have really been
sort of style of
pulling folks in,
titling and tagging or whatnot. But
I don't know if it's the consistency of it, or I've hit the right sort of style of titling and tagging or whatnot. But
we're pulling them in, and if we get new people to watch,
they've been getting moderately more views. We're certainly not getting YouTube famous by any stretch.
Overall, a good deal.
We are pulling them in, and if we get new people to watch,
one of the things
I usually get subs out of it. So
on my end, though,
overall,
I definitely
a good deal.
don't see. Okay, so it looks like one of the things that's happening on my end, though, is I definitely don't see. Let me break the immersion for you here. Any of those chats that you just had.
Breaking immersion and breaking shit.
Yeah, I definitely had some.
Let me break the immersion for you here.
Shocking.
Breaking immersion and breaking shit.
500 is the goal right now for subs, which is one of the reasons that I would prefer to have a better conversion of like
500 is the goal
to
right now for subs, which is one of the reasons that
that's what I
would
want,
prefer.
Right? Like that's the end goal is
to have a better conversion of like new subs to people who actually choose to come to the live streams. Like that's what I want, right? Like that's the end goal is to get more people coming to stream and hanging
partnered.
However,
which
500 is the magic line for subs, where YouTube will actually start allowing you to try to get partnered
and my hope is like that getting to that line also might give you an algorithm boost because
super chats and stuff. And my hope is that getting to that line also might give you an algorithm boost because
just
your YouTube partner.
Caution to the wind trying to pull in subs, whether or not they ever make it to the live streams. To be fair, I do
caution to the wind trying to pull in subs.
I've enjoyed them,
whether or not they ever make it.
But they are not exactly related to the stream content most of the time.
To be fair, I do like making the story times. I've enjoyed them quite a bit. But they are not exactly related to the stream content most of the time.
I cannot see what they said. I am assuming that's because it's an emote of some kind.
Yeah, you gotta work in.
With some emotes.
I do not have emote support.
Excellent.
I cannot see what they said. I am assuming that's because it's a lot harder than I thought to get emote support working in an Unreal environment. I do not have emote support.
Interesting.
Well, that'll do it.
It's like it can kind of work, harder than I thought to get emote support. There's a lot of setup involved, and so
interesting.
I kind of just cast it aside. It's like it can kind of work.
Understandable. So does it just leave them blank? Can you get them to like print out the?
It does just get cast it aside for now. Oh, it does just leave them blank.
Understandable.
For now.
So does it just leave them blank? Can you get them to like print out the?
Gotcha.
It does just
I don't know if they even come in as
it does just
colon,
leave them blank
name colon.
But it's because of the way it just like that it leaves it blank.
Gotcha. Because I don't know if they even come in as like colon
form
name colon.
All right,
no,
we gotta gear up a little bit first because I wanted to try to see if we can get ancestral stuff before we.
Yeah.
All right.
I definitely. I mean, my gear level is already 60.
Gear up a little bit first because I wanted to try to see if we could get
ancestral. Leo.
Before we... Oh, that's Leo.
Yeah. I definitely. I mean, my gear level is already 60.
Your text is too small. Clearly,
I have extremely small text.
Yeah, Grizzly Lion.
For myself, it's true. You're fitting a lot into a small space. So
your text is too small. Clearly,
I have extremely small text. Trying my best.
It's true. You're fitting a lot into a small space.
Actually,
so that's bound
on the subject of fiddling with
cause some struggles there.
Text boxes. I actually made a new kind of text.
Oh, you know, it's actually
box element,
on the
like
subject of fiddling with
or Grizz is fine as well.
With text boxes. I actually made a new
I made one,
kind of
but I haven't been using it because
box element, like a UI element,
for anything that's not.
Or Grizz is fine.
I just go with games. So like Elden Ring.
I made one, but I haven't been using it because one, I think it's too bulky for anything that's not.
But now we're collabing, and
my
so
full
you also
width games. So like Elden Ring, where it's a normal 16:9. That goes too low on my screen. But now we're collabing. And so you also take up space.
Yeah,
but here I can pull it up. So I made this new chat. I gotta get my.
I also cut it oddly, so I'm kind of checking how that ends up looking. It does cut a lot of the text off.
Yeah,
I haven't actually seen it work.
I'm trying to put.
Thinking of trying to. I also cut it oddly, so I'm kind of checking how that ends up looking. It does cut a lot of the text off. I haven't actually seen it
my thing somehow, like behind me. Essentially, thinking of trying to find a way to fit all. Because I do have a lot of empty space that's right there, because it's where the left hand of my thing somehow, like behind me. Essentially,
works.
Because I do have a lot of empty space that's right there, because it's where
partially
the
transparent
used to be. Coming over to try to see
got elements. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a chat
cut
box.
That first text box off.
Partially transparent,
so that might not work.
It's got elements.
I hadn't actually seen text coming.
It does cut that first text box off pretty bad, so that might not work.
Because it's a weird shape.
I hadn't actually seen text coming into it.
This is my continued experimentation in actually making UI elements that are technically part of the model. Because this is also a prop running in Vignon.
So this is my continued experimentation in actually making UI elements that are technically part of the model. Because this is also a prop running in Vignon, and so it's technically part of the model.
I decided
to
go the route
of I do.
Trying to be a bit more stylistic in choice when I went for my model. I decided to go the route of, which is why I went straight to the route of, hey, what if I just went low poly in choice? Just to be funny, like I have low poly models, I know how to edit low poly meshes, and like I went straight to the route of, hey, what happens if I made an actual full VTuber model out of it? Just to be funny, like I have low poly models, and I know how to edit low poly meshes. I'm like, I look, manipulate them to be my own. What happens if I made an actual full VTuber model? My big one is that
I like the low poly models.
I'm sorry, what? I'm like, I look okay. Where did I get 120 hide from? My big one is that. Well, it's being dropped here now. Where did I get 120 hide from? The big one is that my fire doesn't look quite right on my. Well, it's dropped here for now.
Stuff always takes some refinement to get to, but as like an aesthetic, I always like the stylistic nature of the low poly VTuber model.
Stuff always takes some refinement to get to, but as like an aesthetic, I always like the stylistic nature of the low poly VTuber models, especially.
That is my normal like chibi pick. You little character. So I need 750 of the Stigment shards if I want to get my weapon. That is my normal. Oh, unless we have one somewhere, but I doubt it. So I need 750 of the Stigment shards if I want to get my weapon. No, we don't.
I think if we have one, the ones that we do have, I think go in the.
I don't think we have that many.
No, we don't. It's like
I think if the ones that we do have, I think go in.
Yes, we have 294 Stygian shards at the moment.
That's 294 out of like your small form. It is my small form.
Yes, we have 294 Stygian shards at the moment.
That shouldn't be the worst. That's 294 out of the.
No, especially if we could get some of the.
Oh yeah, the
dungeon runs to crop up.
That shouldn't be the worst. Looks like they're starting
especially if you
17
get some of
minutes.
the
13 minutes.
Oh yeah, the
dungeon runs to crop up.
That should be relatively soon. I mean, we could track down one of the lowest
looks
levels.
Like they're starting
13
minutes.
Yeah.
Before that time, if we want, it's nighttime. You got the Blade Dancer.
I was
thinking,
whip. I mean, we could track down one of the lowest level V-Bloods.
Hit the South Fortress Ruins one, because it's
you got the Blade Dancer.
The only other place I know that actually get the Sting trying to hit the so if we haven't Fortress Ruins one, touched it recently. The only other place I know that you can actually get the South Fortress Ruins.
Oh,
and so if we haven't touched it recently,
yeah, I guess you can jump over there.
Which one now?
South Fortress Ruins.
South Fortress. Oh, I see.
But yeah, so now my chat box should be working. Redeems should be working. Channel points and everything look to be working. Yeah, so I see that chat box should be working. I see that Redeems should be working. Has channel points and every channel points look to be working. I see that YouTube people get more channel points because has 70 channel points for me now. Which people have channel points that they can't use yet. YouTube people they have channel points that they're supposed to be allowed to convert, but which people have channel points that they can't use yet. Isn't working. Oh hi. So they have channel points that they're supposed to be allowed to convert, but I don't know why Twitch isn't working. Oh hi.
What sort of wedding? I mean, like a wedding's a wedding, but do you know anything about
going to a wedding?
Because you know, like, is it outside?
I mean, like a wedding's a wedding, but do you
forest? Is it
know anything about
church affair?
The wedding? Because you know, like, is it outside?
Is it going to be fun? Is really the question. Because not every wedding is fun.
Church affair. Is it going to be fun? Is really the question. Because not every wedding is fun.
Not really? Yeah, well. Or, well, maybe that's not really, you don't know much about it. Rather than it being not fun.
Not really? Yeah, well. Or, well, maybe that's not really, you don't know much about it.
But that's probably because I'm not that attached to a lot of people. Like, I don't have a lot of
times I don't
strong
go
friends
to weddings.
Like, I'd love to go celebrate.
But that's probably because I'm not that attached.
But then I get roped into
like I don't have a lot of
tangential people.
Strong
like,
friends.
Okay,
like
well,
I'd love to go celebrate.
I'm here out of obligation. Hello,
my friends' weddings. But then I get roped into like
whatever
sort of tangential people that I'm like, okay, well.
Speaking of,
I'm here out of obligation.
I've been asking this to a bunch of like online streaming friends. I do have a wedding-related question. Trying to see how many. I've been asking this to a bunch of like VR chat online streaming friends, sort of deal.
VR chat. I mean, hey, I would make the effort. I've never actually played VR chat. But
if we held a, you don't even have to be in VR for it either.
Yeah, I know that it can just work.
I mean,
so
hey, I would make the effort. I've never actually played
the barrier to entry is low.
You don't even have to be in VR for it either.
Yeah, I know that it can just work.
We were joking around about it, and then I was just like, but you know,
the barrier to entry is low,
and like a pretty easy way to. We were joking around about it, and then I was just like, but you know, it's just a really easy way to organize and do everything with everyone, and just to have fun.
It makes a lot of sense if a lot of your friends are online.
So it's like, yeah, you do. It's just either the like close family / courthouse wedding thing that you want to do everything with everyone, and just to have fun. And then you host a VR chat rather than like actually worry about it. So it's like, yeah, you do
all your friends together. I think
either the like close family / courthouse wedding thing that you want to do.
Yep.
And then you host a VR chat.
Yeah, just get all your friends together. I think it's a good idea.
No stranger than like a freaking Final Fantasy 14 wedding or an EverQuest wedding back in ye olden days.
No stranger than like a freaking Final Fantasy 14 wedding or an EverQuest wedding back in ye olden days.
Speaking of old MMOs, I found a really good one now. I'm really happy.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I found an MMO that's been going since like 2008.
Great.
Speaking of old MMOs, I found Pirates of the Burning Sea. I'm really happy.
Pirates.
Yeah, I found an MMO that's been going since like 2008.
Incredible.
The fact that it's been running since 2008, I think, is what really gets me. Or I'm just like, that's kind of impressive, actually.
incredible. Uncanny.
The fact that it's been running since
officiate
2008, I think, is what really gets me. Or I'm just like, that's kind of impressive, actually. That's the one thing I can't do is like if I do the
officiate a
chat meme, I have to get someone. I have to get someone else to officiate. That's the one thing I can't do is like if I do the. Although I will say, if anyone wants me to officiate their VR chat wedding, I'd be more than happy to get someone. I am a captain to officiate.
Right.
The VR chat map on a boat, we're good to go. Wants me to officiate their VR chat wedding, I'd be more than happy to do so. I mean,
I'm an LJI. I guess I'm outside of
the VR chat map on a boat, we're good to go.
That gives me authority to do whatever the hell I want. So, you know, I think that works.
I'm an LJI. I guess I'm outside of
probably
normal human authority.
That's how it works if I say it is.
Do whatever the hell I want.
That's fair.
You know, I think that works.
Is that how that works?
Probably. That's how it works if I say it is.
That's fair. Oh, I forgot I was the tank in this game as well. Oh, hi. Oh, I forgot I was... There was a game I was playing recently where I wasn't a tank for once. Oh, hi.
For once.
It's my go-to role.
I mean, understandable.
I was playing recently where I wasn't a tank for once.
I like tanking in some circumstances. The problem I find with a lot of games in tanking is
understandable.
Kind of uninteresting. I really like tanking when it's done in tanking in way.
Some
one of my favorite tanks.
The problem I find with a lot of games in tanking is that they're kind of uninteresting. I really like tanking when it's done in an interesting way. Like one of my favorite tanks ever was
I played a Swordmaster, which was a really cool style of tank. They wield
Warhammer Age of Reckoning.
Not exclusively technically.
Warhammer Age of Reckoning.
I wielded
played a Swordmaster, which was a really cool style of tank. They wield exclusively,
and they have like a deflection ability channel, but
I wielded exclusively a two-handed sword. So it was like a heavy parry tank.
It's just a very
they have like a deflection ability,
unique
channel
sort of
that like
style.
increases your
Also,
deflection by like 50%. So
it's
just a very unique sort of style. Also, it had.
I should be able to just go to the top way shrine. That's like right above.
Yeah, like
oh, you have been cooked.
Yeah, we are in between two weeks, so we're fine.
Ow.
I should be able to just go to the top way shrine. That's like right above.
Yeah,
it's. I think my big thing with tanking is that we are in between two weeks. I like the ability to not always be paying attention. But then not come back and just immediately be with tanking is that when it comes to me, too, I like the non-glass candy sort of thing, and so I find it really funny to try to not come back and just immediately be loot maximum.
Sure.
Of I like the example I will always have sort of thing, and so I find it really funny to try to like push games to their absolute maximum. Gave me a very broken build at first. The best example I will always have is that it should not have. Gave me a very broken. They added the ability to do this. That it should not have, like raid boss. Where it was a dragon. They added the ability to do this, and the dragon is meant for a massive group of people that have to come together in the overworld to take care of it, right? Where it was a dragon essentially. And the dragon is meant for so close that I did prove that with the numbers I could solo that dragon. I just didn't have the. I got so close that I did prove that with the numbers I could solo that dragon. I just didn't have the. I wouldn't quite call it patience. It's more like. New
knowledge acquired. The flawless execution.
But yeah,
you've left me hanging.
Flawless
the what?
Execution.
Not necessarily the patience.
You've left me hanging.
Endurance isn't the right word either. Not necessarily the patience. The
perseverance.
Yeah, kinda. I just didn't have the willpower. Endurance isn't the right word either.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's kind of like what I always think about when people go and do like the Elden Ring or other Dark Souls, where they're like, "I'm gonna do it," Soul rank 1, and it's like
that's kind of like what I always think about when people go and do like the Elden Ring or other Dark Souls, where they're like, "I'm gonna do it," Soul rank 1, and it's like, I mean, sure, you can do that, but God, why would you take that much time? Like, I just don't. I certainly don't have the freaking willpower to sit down and do something like that.
Close to really catching my attention in that regard, because
gotta eat some parts.
That did allow you to make some interesting weird tanks. Because I was like making a mage tank
to really catching my attention in that regard.
God, I just was not engaged by the combat.
That did allow you to make some like interesting weird tanks. Because I was like making a mage tank, which was fun, but like, God, I just was not engaged by the combat system in that game. It felt so flat.
Anyone can be any like role.
So
yeah, because of that, part of that is that they tried to make animations and like combat flow style. Anyone can be any like end up feeling like they're lacking a little bit of something. Because of that, a lot of the different animations.
That's one of those common sort of sets
combat
of
flow styles
that people like bring
end up feeling like they're lacking a little bit of something.
I
just don't. That's one of those common sort of sets
idea
of
that like a lot of people complain about MMOs like bring up, and they're like, oh, you know,
I
look at all these classes
that are
like
with
race locked.
This idea that like a lot of people complain about MMOs that come out and they're like, oh, you know,
harder to defend. But like,
look at all these classes that are like race locked or faction locked or gender locked. Gender locking is a little bit harder to defend, but like,
I can't defend gender locking. I cannot teleport, but also I have only 2 minutes. 19 turns, and I only need 300 more.
The thing is that like,
I need
even gender locking to a lesser degree, right?
I have just 19 hearts.
I value the sort of
the thing is that like
provided to
even gender locking to a lesser degree, right?
And like stuff.
Just
and
I value
the
sort of
case of gender
flavor
locking,
provided
to
like characters or like stuff, and
probably less
I will accept
in
the case of gender locking, my opinion is dramatically
I can't possibly give any less of a
different, or at least
the gender of
probably less important in my case, because I'm a gender abolitionist and I'm agender, so I can't possibly give any less of a shit about the gender of the character tied to a class. I just don't care, and other people care. So like I'm not gonna like fight that one tremendously, but I think there's value in giving a lot of character. And the Warhammer Age of Reckoning is one that I really use as an example, because
sort of
all of their classes were specifically race locked and faction locked, but they had each type had a sort of counterpart that was on the other faction that had like the same mechanics, but a little different flavor, a little bit of different abilities, and so it was like it just felt so unique being a specific class and race, because it was like it was flavorful, it was unique, it was like it had a lot going on for it, and it was just like then I'd go to like World of Warcraft and be like, God, these classes are so boring.
No, mostly just because of how they're like fundamental. Anyone can be any. It's their play together motto that like really does it a little bit. I think that's what can also kind of help it though. Is that like because of how they're like fundamental. I can play ESO for my. It's their play together motto that like really does it. I think that's what can also kind of help it though. Is that like I gave an absurdly big number. I can play ESO for my 12,000 plus
presumably
hours.
You've played quite a few hours. However,
it's a lot of hours.
I've definitely played over 300 hours. I gave an absurdly big number just for dramatic effect. All right, there's one north.
Presumably you've played quite a few hours, however.
I've definitely played over 300 hours like on a single character.
Sure.
All right, there's one north. I think your waypoint is actually going very close to it.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, why do I have a waypoint? Where is it going? Well, funny, I should ask.
Nope. I think your waypoint is actually very close to it.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, why do I have a waypoint? Where is it going? Well,
I can play for my like 300 plus hours on a single character, do everything I want to do, enjoy the game.
It is fun.
But then if you want to get into it, 300 plus hours, and you want like a co-op playthrough, you just want someone to play through other early enjoy the game, they can just come and join you. And it's going to be no different than if I want to like. And you want, then like, if I had just started with you, want someone to play through other early stuff with, I can just come and join you, and it's going to be no different than if I just started with you. I see
the benefit in that sort of philosophy and that sort of system. But it certainly does.
I see the benefit in that sort of philosophy and that sort of system.
It reduces. I feel like it reduces the
certainly
sort of
does
emotional
flatten
value of
out the
exploring
experience when
sort of everything kind of gets flattened out
reduces,
in that way.
I feel like it reduces
I think Diablo
the
4
sort
ran
of
into a
emotional
lot of that
value of
same
exploring
problem because it did the
when
level
sort of
scaling for
everything
so
kind of gets flattened
it just
out
sort
in
of
that way.
Sucks some of the sense of
I think
progression
Diablo 4
out.
ran into a lot of that same problem because it did the level scaling for everything. So it's just
being able to
it just sort of
play with your
sucks
friends,
some of the sense of progression
is tremendously
out.
valuable. Like
I think that's like ESO's biggest
but
playing
as you
point
say,
too is that like
being able to immediately play with your friends
co-op experience
is tremendously valuable.
That you are meant to. I think that's like do with other people. You're meant to like have fun with those friends, etc. Co-op experience. It is something.
And in that regard, like I will certainly not fault them for having to like have fun with those friends, etc. Like I think that,
and in that regard, like
downside,
I will certainly not fault them for having a vision
the goal,
and
then you know what,
they're
on target for the goal.
I think that has a lot of like downsides, but if that's the goal, then you know what, they're on target for the goal.
Yeah, it's definitely something that it's an MMO that because of that is not for everyone. Yeah, it's definitely something that it's like it is 100% for the people that it's for. An MMO that because of that is not for everyone.
That goes back to Helldivers 2.
It is 100% for the people that it's for.
Recently.
Yeah, well, and that goes back to
it's like. Yeah, I agree with that.
Helldivers 2 CEO
have a plan for your game and make that game. And then the
saying
people
a game for everyone is a game for no one. And it's like, I agree with that. Like,
also, hello, Captain.
Have a plan for your game and make that game, and then the people that game is for, you know,
I'm gonna do this one manually.
They'll love you for it.
Also, hello, Kappa. Because I haven't spawned yet. Oh, you know what I didn't do yet?
Oh,
I'm gonna do this one manually today.
Oh, the daily.
Because I haven't spawned yet. Means I can. Oh, the space got me.
Oh, the daily.
Hi, Kappa. Yes, I know no space. Didn't mean to put a space in. I don't know if my ledger is going to recognize that now, though, because it seems to like to yeet all the initial messages. I don't know if my ledger is going to recognize that now, though,
just have to wait and see.
Seems to like to
see that I'm on 50
all
on
the
your
initial
side,
messages.
which means
At least your chat is nice enough to be able to recognize it, but
I shall just have to wait and see.
it's legitimately just my own, and because of the fact that I made my own AI,
your chat is
nice enough to be able to recognize it. I can't say AI because it's not really an AI as much as it's just it's legitimately just my own, and because of the fact that I made my own AI. I almost said AI because I can't say AI alert for future. That is something I'm working on. A program.
Right.
I almost said AI because with very specific, that is something I'm working on, and in my opinion, good reasoning.
Sort of AI.
Just a very specific, and in my opinion, good reasoning.
What sort
using
of AI?
ChatGPT to just answer my dumb questions.
Gotcha.
The idea is that I can using ChatGPT use it on stream as a first mate, answer my dumb questions.
All right, that's
so
really amusing, yeah.
If we ever get bored and like use it on stream, I say get bored. If we ever just don't know what to do in a game, or if we ever need a little bit of a change of pace, I can just ask it what to do. If we ever just don't know what to do in a game, and he's my first mate, so I take his advice. A little bit of a change of pace, I can just ask it what to do.
That's an amusing use of AI.
That's the only and he's my first mate, so like use case I could think of that I wasn't immediately just like, no, that's stupid.
AI. Yeah, I have a lot of raised eyebrows
use case I could think of that
AI.
I wasn't immediately
and honestly, some of it's not
like,
necessarily
no,
deserved. Because I don't hate.
Yeah,
a lot of the uses.
Have a
the
lot
problem
of
is that like
raised eyebrows.
The degree of legitimacy
AI, and honestly, some of it's not necessarily deserved. Like, I don't hate a lot of
current
uses.
AI.
The problem is that like
quote unquote AI.
The degree of legitimacy that it's given in so many circumstances.
Best used simply in like
current AI
status.
Yes, quote unquote AI.
Yeah,
That's the tier we're working with, and using it as a first mate on stream
best used simply
exactly
in
the tier
like
where it belongs.
shitpost status, essentially. Like that's
yeah,
the tier we're working with, and using it as a first mate on stream is exactly the tier where it belongs.
Sort of like the chatbot style stuff, which is it's actually why I re-downloaded my voice changer. Sort of like the chatbot because I have like an official pro voice changer it's actually program why I re-downloaded that has a text-to-speech plugin too. Voice changer. Because I have so like an official pro entire idea is just finding a way to automate it that has a text-to-speech plugin too. But if I can't find a way to automate it, then it's going to become a little bit of an issue for stream. Finding a way to automate it now.
I don't want it.
But if I can't find a way to automate it, then it's going to become a little bit of an issue for stream. Okay, hey.
No, I don't want it.
Go after the succubus.
It's actually kind of funny because one of the earlier streams that I did was actually messing about with AI Dungeon.
It's actually kind of funny because one of the earlier streams that I did was actually messing about
with
had
to like distance myself
AI
from
Dungeon,
AI stuff on stream,
which is a pretty amusing use of AI.
How crazy everybody is.
Kind of had to like distance myself from AI stuff on stream just because of like how crazy everybody is and like how shitty the generative AI stuff is. It's just like, goddamn.
Put glue on your pizza. Using it.
Yeah, well, just generally people going to ChatGPT and being like, "Hey, can you tell me this thing?" And then just like,
put glue on your pizza.
Yeah, well, just generally people going to ChatGPT and being like, "Hey, can you tell me this thing?" And then just like,
that's exactly the kind of answer I want to get from Google. Like,
well, yeah.
You're referring to the putting glue on your pizza.
your stream first mate.
That's exactly the kind of answer I want to get.
The problem is that freaking
well, yes, from your stream first mate. That's funny and great.
People who don't know they're supposed to be skeptical of AI because they just Googled something.
It's, getting that
like
shit on.
Fuel.
It's
like people who don't know they're supposed to be skeptical of AI because they just
someone pointed it out. We're gonna end up
like a nightmare.
They're like of all the movies that could have depicted how the apocalypse would happen. I can't believe Idiocracy got it right. Someone pointed it out. We're gonna end up. You're just like, you're like of all the movies that could have depicted how the apocalypse. That seemed like something that they. I can't believe Idiocracy got it right.
Right.
You're just like, that's actually kind of fair.
Well, and the craziest thing is it's only going to get
right.
like worse. And I forgot about that.
Well, and the craziest thing is it's only going to get...
It's only going to, like, kind of go downhill.
Worse? And I forgot about that.
The more... Oh, shit.
No, we're in the Vampire territory. We're safe.
Downhill from here, just because of the fact that...
The more AI stuff ends up online...
The more... Oh, shit.
The more any
we're in the Vampire territory. We're safe.
Oh, that's right.
Going to
the more
fueling it
the more AI stuff ends up online, like the more any future attempts at
and it's going to be more confident
is just going
glue
to
in pizza's a
start
good idea.
fueling it with its own stupid bullshit. Like, and it's going to be more confident that glue in pizza's a good idea.
I have to do my best to be as optimistic as possible.
I know. There's very little that we can.
And that will not be good.
That whole thing.
The problem is that hey buddy.
I know. There's very little that we can sort of do about that.
Is
whole
quite
thing.
Literally the fact that we can't 1984 ourselves without the bigger overarching problems coming up. Is because someone pointed out that at this point that is kind of the safest solution ourselves without all of our bigger problems coming up.
Yeah.
Because someone pointed out that not that I'm not kind of the safest. Not what I'm trying to say.
Sure.
So I'm just saying that it is technically our safest of possible solutions at the moment to just. That's not what I'm trying to say. Prove George Orwell. I'm just saying that it is technically our safest of possible.
Do we want to move to the next
to just
sacrificial site up
prove
here?
George Orwell. Oh, is there still one going?
Yeah.
All right. Do we want to move to the next?
Yeah, you want to explain 1984 ourselves?
Oh, is there still one? Okay, so
yeah.
George Orwell, 1984. Very good.
Yeah, you want to explain 1984ing ourselves?
Yeah, kind of just love Big Brother. Kappa, that's not too far off, 1984. Very good book. It's the idea that everyone is under kind of just love Big Brother surveillance. Kappa, that's not too far off, actually.
Hey, Winnie, welcome.
It's the idea that everyone is, but not quite to the point of surveillance. The whole we can arrest people before a crime is even committed sort of thing. Almost.
Yeah, and it's not so much. It's not so much like the surveillance as like
it's the
some form of like a bureau of truth.
It's not so much like it's not so much like the surveillance as like
no, it's the
some form of like a bureau of truth. The
best way I like to explain 1984ing ourselves is we end up at the start of V for Vendetta. Have you ever seen V for Vendetta?
I have.
And that is our government body. The best way I like to explain 1984ing ourselves is we end up at the start of V for Vendetta. Minority Report,
that's sort of needs to exist,
and that is our government
with sufficient power to say you have to stop doing that because you're simply spreading
It's essentially
lies. Which,
a bureau of truth sort of needs to exist with sufficient power to say you have to stop doing that because you're simply spreading lies.
A lot of authority,
which of course has an incredible degree
go badly very quickly, but also
potential problems because like
rampant lies on the internet.
A lot of authority and that can go badly very quickly, but also like
kind of also a problem.
Rampant lies on the internet that are just
that's why I
controllable is kind of also a problem.
That kind of is just the safest solution. The best one by far. That's why I say like it's.
I mean, it's
a shame to admit
taken in a vacuum that, like, you know, assuming it can be done appropriately,
I mean,
like, that's the solution to just wild-ass lies on the internet.
Taken in a vacuum that, like, you know, assuming it can be done appropriately, like, yeah, that's the solution to just wild-ass lies on the internet.
A ministry of truth.
The ability for everyone to simply infinitely produce
a shit ton of problems,
falsehoods and misinformation, a ministry of
kind of where we find ourselves
is the solution
place to be.
That has a shit ton of problems of its own. Like
greatest way to word it. We need IRL
where we find ourselves,
now.
Which is an extremely unfortunate place to be. I don't want the ministry of truth.
Please
greatest
stop.
Way to word it. We need IRL lore keepers now.
Yeah. Ow. Please stop. I hate you.
Oh, I got them off my back for a couple of seconds, but that may have led to them immediately then targeting you instead. Oh, I
had some issues. I'm back and well, better than ever. Hey, that's my stream
that may have led to them immediately then targeting you instead.
But yeah, I had some issues.
Calling it back around.
He did it. He said the name of the thing.
Roll credits. Thanks for coming to the stream. See you later.
Calling it back around.
He did it. He said the name of the thing.
Roll credits. Thanks for coming to stream. See you later.
To this day, probably one of the funniest in-house memes I have. If I still have it anyway. To this day, probably one of the funniest There's an old movie that was pirated in a theater. If I still have it anyway, and so it has the There's an old movie recording of just a dude sitting in the back of a movie theater, and so it has the recording with the entire audience and whatnot. But it was recording of just I can't remember what the movie was for the life of me. But it was really funny because right near but it was right near the point where the movie is supposed to make you cry. But it was really funny because they say the name of the movie. And there was a dude right near the point where the movie is pirated recording of it who straight up was like, "Oh my god, they said the name!" They say the name of the movie. The most dude enthusiastic recording of it. He was ready. He was so happy to hear the name of the movie.
That's funny.
The most like enthusiastic, like
oh my God,
the funniest bit to ever come from like a
that's funny
back of theater pirated movie you could possibly find.
I love that
the funniest
like,
bit to ever come
trope,
from like a
for lack of a better term, just like whenever the title comes up, just roll credits. It just I don't know.
That,
it's always funny to me.
Like I don't know, trope. For lack of a better term, just like whenever the title comes up, just roll credits. It just, I don't know, it's always funny to me.
Oh, that was a shitty shot.
Get rid of you.
You cook,
oh,
bro.
That was a shitty shot.
I'm coming. Get rid of you.
You cook, bro.
When I'm low on health, I just keep pressing the feed button on like absolutely everyone. I don't actually hold it. I just kind of do it so that it does the feed button on like absolutely everyone. Insta kill. I don't actually hold it. I just kind of do it so that it does the
feed. Honestly,
insta kill.
It's not a bad idea.
Definitely helps a lot.
Underutilize
need blood
feed. Honestly,
I'm just like, yeah, whatever.
I think the way I keep looking at it now is that it also helps a lot. It also helps me like stay out of the aggro range of a bunch of people.
Yeah.
I think the way I keep looking at it now is that teleporting over very fast. It also helps me like stay out of the
Also, do you know? Does your crossbow count as physical?
Yeah.
I think so.
Teleporting over very fast.
This is for you. Also, do you know? Does your crossbow count as physical? Enjoy.
I think so.
Rule of ferocity.
Okay, then this is for you. Try it on the boss
power.
here.
I assume that counts.
My pistol is also probably physical, but I also don't care about my physical anyway because it's my.
Try it on the boss here.
Yeah,
I still raise my spells for my summons. My pistol is also probably physical, but I also don't care about my physical anyway because it's my.
I think.
Yeah,
I just like
raise
your
my
basic
spells
attacks,
for my summons.
Your attacks,
physical
your skills
is
with
any of the
weapons.
attacks
I think that's
using
the
weapons
that we
I think
had come to last.
So not just like your basic attacks, but your attacks, your skills with weapon. I think that's the distinction that we had come to last time.
Ow.
Oh, that's flooring.
This guy moves a lot, and I don't like that. Ow. Ow.
This guy moves a lot, and I don't like that.
God damn it. Don't roll at me. Oh, uh-oh.
Oh, hey.
Certainly don't want that. Where are you going, man?
Because he's
rolling me. Oh, uh-oh.
Oh, hey.
Certainly don't want that.
Oh, that hurts.
Where are you going, man?
That hurts too. Everything hurts. Oh, that hurts.
That hurts too. Everything hurts.
Stop dodging my shit. Come on, bro.
Damn it. Stop dodging my shit.
Oh.
Come on, bro.
Fire everywhere.
Oh. Oh.
Ow.
Fire everywhere.
Okay, that should get at least enough to do this.
How many do I have? Yeah, I have 632 stitching shards on me alone.
Oh, I have 782. I already have enough to do.
Although it seems to be still pointing at something.
Yeah, I have 632 stitches.
It just ranked up
on
to
me
2.
alone.
Oh, I have 782. I already have enough. Yeah. Did you get a weapon out of that?
It seems to be still pointing at something.
Oh,
it just
2 now.
It just ranked up to 2. Probably time to go.
Oh, no, I did.
Yeah.
I got
did you get a
bloody
weapon
cleavers.
Did I?
Hey, okay.
I did not.
It snuck onto my bar.
Oh, no, I did. I got a bloody cleavers.
I like how I went to go make sure that your chat was in here and everything.
Onto my bar
I could
immediately.
Get the daily stuff tested.
I like how
a single person has been able to redeem daily. make sure that your chat.
Well,
and if they do it
again,
it's gonna be right at the daily stuff thing, so I won't even see that one either. You get a single person.
They're very timely about as soon as they show up.
Well, they're all very
daily.
Right at the end of my thing, so I won't even see that one either.
They're very timely about as soon as they show up. They hit that daily.
He wants 1,050 of the greater ones.
Wow, that was
late.
Oh, this is the wrong person.
Absolutely.
Oh, you went into the fight, huh? You want some?
I was just trying to pass through.
I've been. Wow, that was freaking.
See, can I get to you?
Absolutely.
Oh, you went into the fight, huh?
I was just trying to pass through.
I should be able to sneak right to you. See, can I get to you? I should be able to.
Fine. I'll respawn right next.
I should. Then I have to head down to that merchant before I go back home.
Fine.
Okay.
Right overhead.
Then I have to head. Because that merchant is what's going to have the. Before I go back home. Oh, there's people here. That's why.
Take off.
That merchant is going to have my. Because that merchant is what's going to have the.
Yeah.
Although I did just learn that there are other pistols. There is another tier of ancestral weaponry, though.
Yeah.
It still says level 3rd that there are other pistols. I believe there is another tier of ancestral weaponry, but they take so much more.
Oh,
it
interesting.
still says level 30, though. The next tier of ancestral weapons takes 1,000 greater shards. Better, but they take so
we're just gonna work with what we've got for now.
It's like 1,500 greater shards. The next tier of ancestral weapons takes 1,000 greater shards.
Okay, yeah, we're just gonna work with.
Yeah,
what
it's
we've
not
got
something
for
I'm
now.
willing to do. It's like 1,500 greater shards.
That's a lot
of one weapon.
That's a lot of shards.
Oh, hello. Yeah, it's not something I'm willing to do. Oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna go and buy my pistol so I can see what it takes.
Yeah,
hey, buddy.
Unrelated to what we've been saying.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go and
recently,
buy my
but going
pistol
back
so I can see what it takes.
Growing the channel, I'm trying to find a way to reliably
unrelated
have
to what we've been
that I
saying.
put out a week. Because I feel like that has been working much better than just doing one
channel. I'm trying to find a way to reliably have like 2 videos that I put out a week.
Just start recording more.
Because I feel like that has been working much better than just doing
finding other stuff. One of the things that I am going to try to edit and get out that I thought
I either
I
have
had
to just start recording more stories
was actually editing and turning into a
finding
more
other stuff. One of the things that I am going to try to edit and get out
is my
that I thought I had done but realized I had not was
frames
actually editing and turning into a more tightly timed
video.
Is
that was
my
the first stream I did on
tutorial
YouTube, actually,
about
when I moved to YouTube
dropped
from
frames
Twitch.
that I did
first did a tutorial on.
That was the first stream I did on YouTube, actually. When I moved to YouTube from Twitch, I first did a tutorial on
tell streamers like how to deal with. They just like
how to deal with dropped frames.
I feel like a tutorial would really help
something
with
that people just did not tell streamers like how to deal with. They just like figure it out.
I'm kind of at the point where right now
like
anyway, I'm not actually panicked about getting the extra views and subs. I kind of just put out the videos to. I am kind
Make
of
sure
at the
that
point
some
where
traffic
right
is
now
continuously
anyway,
coming in
I'm
through
not
the
actually
channel,
panicked about
otherwise
getting the
it just
extra views and subs. I kind of just put out the videos to
Sure.
Make sure that some traffic is. But what I've found
coming
is
in
now
through the
helping a
channel
lot because otherwise it just won't ever.
grow
I may
like
not
ever.
put out 2 like edited videos a week, but what I've found is now helping a lot. But what I'll do is I'll put out like however many streams go out, and then I put out 1 more video a week for sure. Videos a week. And then in that, I mix in a bunch of just random YouTube shorts that I come across throughout the week. I'm like, this would be funny. And then I put out 1 more video a week.
That's really what it is. Like, I need to.
And then in that, I mix in a bunch of just random YouTube shorts that I come
whether
across
that's
throughout the week.
finding the
Like,
occasional
this
short.
Yeah. That's really what it is. Like I need to
honestly,
just slightly increase my overall output. Like whether that's finding the occasional short.
I've gotten a small
something.
Taste of like it actually
honestly
with the
I think the
story
big part
times, and now
for
I'm like,
me
wow,
why
I
it's
might as well
motivating
double
now
down.
is that like I've gotten a small taste of like it actually working with the story times, and now I'm like, wow, I might as well double down.
Things that like the things that work
that much more benefit.
I will like continue to try my best when I upload a new video and put out my new stuff each week. things that like the things that were there is a certain level of I don't care that I realize I needed best when I upload a new video because
for sure.
if I stuff each week didn't have it, I wouldn't have put out today's short of I don't because care that I realized I needed it.
Oh, for sure.
Today I put out like a 1 second YouTube short. I wouldn't have put out today's and it's literally just the words I reject your funny way to edit it. No context. Today I put out like a 1 second nothing too short. And I want to see how it goes. I reject what happens to it.
No context. One short that I do need to edit is the one that you had time-stamped for me from
and I want to see how it goes.
Where I was so angry
one short
about
that I do need to edit is the one that you had time-stamped for me from the Elden Ring. I was so angry about that freaking
I really
absolute
need to edit
.2 hit point
so upset.
Fight.
I'm still upset just thinking about it.
I saw it.
Oh my god, it's a good one.
It's so much
I really
funnier
need to edit that.
Neither of you have
I was so upset.
Give it to you.
I'm still upset just thinking about it.
I saw it and I was just like, it's so much funnier knowing that neither of you have health. Okay, so I need Merciless Iron Pistol, give it to the boss and not you. Radium Alloy, and Greater Blood Essence.
Microscopic health bar absolutely didn't exist.
Okay, so I need Merciless Iron Pistol, Radium Alloy, and Greater Blood Essence.
Vibing and dancing at the Ancestral Forest. Like, what are you
doing? You were like stuck walking.
Yeah, I mean, hey.
It looks like you were freaking just vibing and dancing at the Ancestral Forest.
I mean, Radium Alloy and Greater Blood Essence shouldn't be too bad to get.
No, the problem is we don't know the Merciless Iron Pistols yet.
I mean, Radium Alloy and Greater Blood Essence
so what I'm
be too bad
thinking
to get.
is no, the problem is we don't know the study is where I'm gonna have to get it.
That will be a problem.
Which means I need scrolls, which means I'm gonna take all of our paper to turn into scrolls for now. Study is where I'm gonna have to get it.
Okay, let's see here.
Which means I need scrolls, which means I'm gonna take all of our paper to turn into scrolls. I learned I have to not care when it comes to shorts because the best shorts are often ones that are like really funny. Yeah, no, but extremely short still, so that it can. The best shorts are often ones that accidentally loop on people, which is really funny.
Yeah.
But extremely short still, if it doesn't loop on people, they still usually watch the full thing, so it's great for the retention rate.
Yep.
Yeah, honestly, a big part of the problem for shorts is that like
they still usually watch the full thing, so it's great for the retention rate.
Content broadly
yeah, honestly, a big part of the problem for shorts is that like
poorly compatible with shorts.
My preferences for consuming content broadly is just like so
to make into shorts.
Poorly
like,
compatible with shorts. So like I simply do not
from what people who like shorts
find the correct entertainment value
incompatibility.
To make into
so I'm
shorts.
like, I don't know, I just
what
gotta like
I want and like is just different.
That's fair.
From what people who like shorts are. It's just an incompatibility. So I'm like, I don't know, I just gotta like make some shit up. Like
that's interesting. Fair. I need Paul and Gotcha. Maybe someone in the backyard still?
Do you think me being extremely upset about that fight with Mesmer will probably be
Paul and Gotcha. So good.
Maybe
I saw it.
Do you think me being extremely upset about that fight
the problem was I was actually having a hard time.
Works pretty good.
So good. Time stamping it properly. I saw it, and because I just couldn't stop laughing. The problem was I was actually having a hard time. It was
honestly,
so funny to me.
Getting me in the ballpark is
because I just
better
couldn't
than
stop
anything.
laughing. I got you about.
I mean, honestly. Getting me in the ballpark,
roughly.
Yeah, because if it's like check
better
here
than anything
and
for those times.
It was this thing that was funny. Like, I can figure that out. It saves me from having to like
because if it's like check here and
do not have time
it was this thing that was funny.
To find things that are like, oh yeah, that's
I can figure that out. It saves me from having to like try to rewatch my streams, which I simply do not have time to do. To find things that are like, oh yeah, that's funny. I can probably click. I don't have time to sit down to watch another like 4 hours of my own shit.
Stream the way it sounds to me. So it doesn't bother me too much. I just don't have the time and the like
I have managed to get my voice sounding on stream the way it sounds to me, so it doesn't bother me too much.
I also don't like the way my voice sounds to me.
Oh well,
like
that's
I said,
fair.
patience to sit down and like cram through to find good stuff.
I think with that one,
that
though,
is fair. I don't mind my own
my
voice
sounds
to me. It's just
well, that's fair.
Usually the issue for people is that when they
Which
hear
is
it
part of the
back
big
from a
problem.
recording, it does
That
not
is fair.
match
I don't mind my
their
own like voice
perception
to
of their
me.
voice
It's
because
just
of
usually the issue for people is that when they hear it back from a recording,
it's like a
does
difference
not
in the
match
process of
their
recording
own
and playing
perception
back,
of their
plus
voice because of
you hear the
mine
lows and
matches
highs a
all
little
too
bit
well.
different when it's reverberating through your own skull. And blah, blah,
it's like
blah,
a difference
you know,
in the
like,
process of recording and playing back.
To
Plus,
me, I sound
you
more
hear the lows and highs a little bit different when it's reverberating
other
through your
people
own skull.
hear me, I
and blah, blah,
guess,
blah, blah,
because
but, you know.
I always think I
the
sound
big
like I'm
one
congested.
is
That's how I hear my voice.
I sound more
and no one has
nasally
ever said anything about that. Other
just
people
like,
yeah,
hear me,
I
I guess, because I always think I sound like
that
I'm
might be a
congested.
common
That's how I hear my
sort
voice,
of perception
and no one has
amongst people,
ever said
because
anything
I would
about
also
that.
say that
So
I
Yeah,
have a more nasal
fine.
voice
I'm inclined to believe
than
that
I would
might
like
be
a lot of times,
common
but I don't
sort of
necessarily know if
perception
that really
amongst
comes
people,
through.
because I would also say that I have a more nasal
Oh
voice
no, Kappa, why is your...
than I would
Oh,
like a lot of times,
No,
but I
'cause
don't
would
necessarily
see
know
the
if that
thing
really
glitch
comes
out, and I
through.
told it not to.
Yeah,
Oh,
Kappa,
no,
you could do
Kappa,
a little
why
bit
is
of
your-
EQing
Oh,
to your
no,
mic
'cause I
filter
would see the
in
thing glitch out, and I
OBS,
told it not to.
and it might be able to.
Yeah, Kappa, you
sort
could
of
do a
pull it.
little bit of
I
EQing
think I've shown you like what
to
I
your
have as
mic
my
filter in
EQ. And my EQ
OBS,
pulls it a little bit closer to
and it might be able to
like what I perceive it
sort of
as.
pull it. I think I've shown you like what I have as my EQ, and my EQ pulls it a little bit.
Yeah,
closer
I
to,
just don't like the way
like,
my
what
own
I
voice
perceive it
sounds,
as.
so...
You know, hey, that's
The
fair.
the way I get around it is I speak very
just
little during my lore
don't like the
segment
way my
stuff.
own voice sounds, so...
You know,
And I
hey,
find a
that's-
way for the game
that's
to speak
the
for
way I
me
get
for the most
around
part.
it
Oh,
Is
that makes
I
sense.
speak very little during my lore segment stuff. So essentially,
And I find a
I
way
try
for
to
the
do it
game
as
to
if speak for me for the most part.
that makes sense.
I try to do it as if I am speaking from within the game.
essentially,
I try to do it as if tell you about the story that I encountered throughout. I try to do it as if I am living situation in said from within the game.
Sure.
So in Skull and Bones, tell you something similar to the story that I encountered throughout. We hunted down a ship. I found these very disturbing logs in said game. You know, listen.
Sure.
So in
That's a
Skull
cool way
and
to tell
Bones,
lore.
it's something
Like in
similar
character
to
or in
hey,
universe,
we
I
hunted
guess.
down
might
a
be more
ship.
accurate.
I found
Yeah.
these
I feel
very
like it's
disturbing
perfect
logs.
for me knowing that
You know,
I'm a
listen.
pirate.
Well, yeah,
That's a cool way to tell lore.
specifically
When
for
in
you in the
character,
fact that
or
you are trying to do lore
universe,
of
I guess,
pirate
might be
stuff.
more
Yeah.
accurate.
Yeah.
Universe
I feel like
style.
it's perfect.
Like
for
the
me
one
knowing
game
that
I
I'm a
actually
pirate.
managed to
Well,
get ahead of the
yes.
curve on lore.
Specifically for you in the
Happened to be a
fact that
good
you are
pirate
trying
game.
to do lore of pirate stuff. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm like the one game I
remember
actually
where I
managed to get ahead of the curve on lore videos on. Happened to be a
Like
good pirate
the
game.
supplies storage.
We would
Oh no,
work.
it is this one. It's just
I
shaped
can't
different.
remember where
There we
I
go.
moved.
I didn't move it at all.
Like
I was
the
wandering
supplies
around
storage.
just talking, and I forgot
Oh, no,
I
it
should
is
go
this one.
around and
It's just
drop
shaped
all my
different.
shit off at the places that they belong
I
in.
didn't move it at all.
Worries. I have been going through the process
I
of making
was
paper
wandering
mix
around
scrolls
just
and
talking,
making
and I forgot I should
the
go
course
around
thread
and
to make
drop all my
scrolls
shit
because
off. At
we
the
have a
places
ton of
that
stuff
they
to actually
belong
do it. Just need to
Worries.
go
I have
through
been through
going through the
that
process of
stuff.
making paper to make scrolls.
Yeah,
and
we have
making
some.
the course thread to make
I have
scrolls because
scrolls.
we have
a
I
ton
have
of
60
stuff
to actually
here.
do it.
Oh,
Just
we have
need
more
to
scrolls?
Go through the process of
Yeah,
doing that
because
stuff.
I was
Yeah, we have
feeding some extra
I have-
stuff.
Yeah, we
I
I
don't
have
remember
60.
what stuff at the
Oh, we
end
have
of
more
last
scrolls?
time. Yeah, there's another 60
Yeah, because
in
I
the
was
small knowledge storage now.
feeding
Perfect. I can
some
use that to learn
extra
one
I-
thing.
I don't remember
I was
what
feeding
stuff
it
at the end
some
of last
the
time. Yeah, there's another
mimic
60
chomper
in
up
the
there,
small
some
knowledge
stuff.
storage now.
And like if
Ooh,
they're
perfect. I can use
nicer
that to learn
equipment,
one
they turn
thing.
themselves into
I was feeding it
scrolls as well,
some the
along with the
mimic
materials,
chomper up
so
there some
we got
stuff,
some out of that.
and like
What
if
did I
they're
just learn?
nicer equipment, they turn themselves into
Assortment of
scrolls as
storage
well,
locker.
along with the materials, and so
Oh,
Oh,
we've
what?
gotten some out of that.
got an assortment of
just
storage
learn?
lockers.
Oh, assortment. For a second, I heard a
Assortment
sermon
of storage
storage
lockers.
lockers. I was like, what are we talking about
what?
storage lockers that way for?
Got an
I
assortment of
have
storage
gone
lockers.
on record.
For a second, I
saying
heard
that
a sermon
if,
of storage lockers, and I was like, what
storage
are we?
lockers.
If the bit ever
about
gets
storage
funny
lockers
enough,
that way
I
for?
will conduct
I
a sermon on
have
stream
gone on
for my
record
cult saying that if
Funny.
I'm willing to do it, it would take like 20 minutes. If the bit ever gets funny enough, I will conduct a sermon.
I'm gonna
on
check
stream for
this
my
thing, though.
cult.
Funny.
I'm willing to do it. It would take like 20
What's
minutes.
What's new? I don't.
Iron.
I'm gonna check this thing
Pistol.
though.
Let's see.
I'm checking to see if
Oh,
the
okay.
recipe
Where
actually
is-
drops from somewhere. Iron.
All right, that's some new stuff.
Pistol.
Okay, cool.
I'm checking to see if the recipe actually drops from somewhere.
These are all what?
All right, that's some new stuff.
Okay.
Cool.
Forced planks and other.
Rural book merchant is who
what?
I'm looking for. Okay.
Forced planks
So I need to find them on the map, and then it's only 60 silver, so I can do that. Is who I'm looking for.
Reinforced planks.
So I need to find them on the map. Where would he be? And then it's only 60 silver, so I can do that.
I need more iron.
What?
There's those vendors, but those vendors aren't the ones, are they? Where would he be, though?
They're here. I need more
iron.
Maybe they are. There's those vendors, but those vendors aren't the ones, are they? Put stuff away, and then...
I'll take the Scourge Stone, too.
Iron.
See what I can do. Maybe they are about getting
your iron.
That pistol put stuff away, and then...
I'll take the Scourge Stone, too.
Thick leather.
See what I can do about getting that pistol recipe. So don't need the books. Say
there's thick leather
because apparently there is a dude who sells them. So don't need the books. Say or all the merciless recipes. Rather, apparently there is a dude who sells them. I just don't know the book recipes. Or all the merciless recipes, rather.
Go ahead and make wood.
I just don't know.
Planks.
Can be teleported. Okay, it says learn to study.
I think we are running low on iron.
Can be teleported. Templar chest okay, it says do we already have that though? Study. Why can't I learn it then?
I think we are running low on iron.
What are you telling me, game? What are you trying to Crimson Templar chest guard? Do we already have that though?
Oh, we have some iron.
Oh, we do have a Crimson Why can't Templar chest guard? Gotcha.
We are still a little low on iron.
What are you telling me, game? What are you trying to do to me?
I'm gonna go to the haunted iron mines.
Oh, we have some iron.
I'm gonna go and see if I can find that book Templar chest guard.
We
Gotcha.
are still a little low on iron.
Well, honestly, while you do that, I might go to the haunted iron mine.
I'm gonna go and see if I can find that shards on me, right? Where do those go again? Upstairs?
Upstairs, yeah. Straight ahead, past the stairs in
the haunted iron mine.
Yeah. Oh, I have the stitching shards on me, right? Where do those go again? I started getting gold coins now.
Upstairs, yeah. Straight ahead, past the stairs in the alchemy room.
I got 18 of them.
Rotate. There we go.
Perfect. What item am I carrying? I started getting gold coins now.
Nice.
Dust. I got 18 of them.
Rotate. There we go.
Gross, what item am I carrying this time? I don't care about it. Dust. So the merchant is there, which means gross, gargly dust. I don't care about it. So the merchant is there, which means I guess go from here, and then
right.
I gotta get as close as I can without aggroing people, and then remember to disguise myself once I do get close, and then
right.
I gotta get as close as I can without aggroing people, and then remember to disguise myself once I do get close.
I have acquired for us superior storage.
Woo!
I have acquired for us.
Yeah. So
storage.
In semi-related news, just overall today, I have. Yeah, so in trying to play semi-related news to just overall today, I have started. I'm not liking to play Elden Ring again.
That's right.
Ah, well.
It doesn't help that I keep. I'm not doing the exact right / wrong thing.
Ah, well.
Where I'm level 60. That I keep and I'm about to enter doing the exact city for the tree / wrong thing,
right?
Because that's just how I found myself. I'm level 60, and I'm about. But I don't know how to get in city for because I just got there,
right?
Because that's just how I found myself there. What do you mean? But I don't know how to get in because I just he wants silver specifically.
Oh, and is there any way to convert gold to silver? Or if anything in any direction.
He wants silver specifically.
Doesn't look like there is.
Oh. I also don't know how to sell to him.
Convert gold to silver? or if anything in any direction.
Can I even sell to you? Can I sell to someone else? I also don't know how to sell to him.
Yeah, I will say that.
Do you have many silver coins?
Not on me now.
Can I sell
Elden Ring is certainly a game that I think is likely relatively challenging to come back to.
Do you have any silver coins?
Not on me
after a long.
Elden Ring is certainly a game that I think is likely relatively challenging to
explored some portion, and you don't really remember a lot of the things and how they connect. That is certainly, I think,
it's like you've explored some portion, and you
honestly
don't really
of
remember
open
a lot
world
of the
games
things
like that
and how they
general.
connect, and
it's not really unique.
That is certainly, I think,
I feel like some open world games still kind of do it right, where they at least like.
Honestly, of open world games like that in general,
there are different ways to give
not
recaps.
Really unique to Elden Ring in that sense.
And Elden Ring just doesn't have open world games still kind of do it right, where they at least like
any sort of recap.
Like even different ways Morrowind had like its journal where you could read through the previous quest stuff, and so you could always just be like, okay, what does my journal say? I need to like, what does my journal say? Morrowind had right now, what was I doing? Where was I going? Etc. Etc. Previous quest stuff, and so you could always just be like, okay, what does my journal say? I need to like, what does my journal say? And I don't want to right now, what was I doing? Where was I going? Etc. Etc.
No.
Elden Ring
but I keep getting told to do a bunch of stuff now, and I can't find anyone to do all these different things. But I keep getting told and so I'm just do a bunch of stuff now, and I can't find anyone to do all these different things. Because like one of them, let's see, I can try to go over the ones that I actually do. Also, do you know where you would keep your silver coins? Well, because like one of them,
I don't. By the way, we've got weapon, jewels, and armor storage now.
Don't. By the way, we've got weapon, jewels, and armor storage now.
Trying to think if it automatically goes into one of the containers. Oh.
Trying to think if it automatically goes into one of the containers.
That it goes in.
Oh, I should take all this.
Yeah, there we go.
The things that it.
Why are all of you in my bar? Get out of here.
I didn't think of one that would automatically go into.
Why are all of you in my...
Yeah, I don't know if it counts as like an alchemy.
I didn't think of one that would automatically go into.
Yeah, I don't know if it counts as like an alchemy. I don't think so.
Well, certainly not this.
Not a material, is it? No.
Certainly not this.
Turn this fish
not a material, is it? No. Because I'm 20 coins short of those pistols finally, but I don't know how to convert these gold into. Because I'm 20 coins short of those pistols finally, vice versa. I don't know how to convert these gold into. Stressing me out. Silver and vice versa.
We certainly had silver. I'm just not sure where it ended up.
Stressing me out.
We certainly had silver. I'm just not sure where it ended up.
Let's see what stuff is lying around where. Nothing in with our prisoners. Maybe up on the third floor.
They get on the
stuff is lying around where.
Oh, I was doing pretty well up here.
Nothing in with our prisoners.
I enclosed it.
Maybe up on the third floor.
Oh, I was doing pretty well up here.
Whoa! Why can I do that? I don't have the Stygian shards for it.
Would it?
Whoa! Why can I do that? I don't have the Stygian shards. No, it doesn't say I have a cost.
Would it pull out of the?
I apparently have something that teaches me. No, it doesn't say I have a cost.
You're right. Arcane Animator.
Oh.
I apparently have something that teaches me.
You're right.
Lightning Fast
Arcane Animator.
Oh, is that the one that you
picked? We share them.
Oh, Lightning Fast Strikes. That's kind of cool.
We share them.
Oh, well, damn. Just like the research.
Cool. Oh, like well, damn.
The study and the
just like the research
and the research bench.
Like stuff. The study and the.
Wow. Well.
Yeah.
Handy. I had no idea.
Really confused me for a moment.
We both get it. Wow.
I know.
Handy. I had no idea.
Really confused me for a moment.
I know.
Yeah, I don't see any Stygian or any silver like literally anywhere in the castle. Yeah, I don't see any Stygian or any silver like
don't know where.
Literally anywhere in the castle.
Fair.
Yeah, I don't know where it would be other than there.
See if I can Google this or something. See if I can Google this or something.
Why don't you go in there? Where would you live? Whatever. I don't care. Go there.
Sculptured wood. Why don't you
I'm gonna go get some iron.
Where would you live?
While you're fussing about with
lumberjack's iron.
Alright, I'm gonna go get some iron. While you're fussing about with those.
Lumberjack's iron.
Fire.
Ow.
If you want to cause trouble, you're going to have to get...
Oh.
Ow. Jerks. Okay, cool.
Oh. I see.
Okay, cool. What happened?
I see.
What happened?
So, lumberjack's axes is one that if we can find can give us silver coins, but otherwise, there is a way to make silver coins. One that if we can find can give us silver coins.
I think we have the recipe to lumberjack's axes.
There is a way to make silver coins. Well, if we do, we can just turn that.
I think we have the recipe to lumberjack's axes.
Or we do have the other thing. It's just a question of whether or not we have the recipe for it. Coins at the devourer. We cannot make it the fabricator yet. Whether or not we have the recipe for it. Okay, so I need to find out how to make lumberjack axes. Okay, so I need to find out how to make lumberjack axes.
Cut that shit out! Leave me freaking alone, you assholes!
Is it just lumberjack axes? Or a miner's mace?
Cut that shit out! Leave me freaking alone, you assholes!
Is it just lumberjack axes? Or a miner's mace? Shady goods dealer for 18 copper.
Oh god, that was so much damage!
Shady goods dealer for 18 copper.
Oh god, that was so much damage! Jesus. Ow. Hey. Shade was leaving me.
Buddy, where are you located though?
I hate...
Buddy, where are you located though?
Many freaking...
I hate
V-blood assholes just end up
many
in this damn mine.
V-blood assholes
I don't hate the fact that this one seems to be stuck on
the
edge of a wall, and I'm just
I don't hate the fact that this one seems to be stuck on the edge of the wall, and
a lot easier than it was a second ago.
Carbane Woods.
Suddenly, this is a lot easier than it was a second ago.
Carbane Wood, cropping, and then it's on the right. I look for that little cropping, and then it's on the right.
Okay. I'm freaking incapacitated for so goddamn long. Okay. I'm freaking incapacitated.
How do I see that? Okay, this is the Carbane Wood, so it's that guy. Gotcha. Okay. How do I see that? I can go turn... this is the Carbane Wood, so it's that guy. Gotcha. I can go turn my copper into silver in a weird way. I can go turn my copper into silver in a weird way.
Yikes. Okay, got it. I hate fighting archers.
Yikes. I hate fighting archers.
No, conveniently exploded some of the mines for me. Murky stone.
Conveniently exploded
stone. I used to.
Mines for me. Murky stone.
Okay, shady goods dealer, here you are. Okay, shady goods dealer, here you are. I can only purchase 2.
That guy.
Oh shit.
I can only purchase 2. Oh, that's sunlight.
Surprise.
Oh, that's sunlight.
I had to deal with.
Here's sunlight.
Surprise. What I had to deal with.
Here's sunlight.
So in other news, mostly for my chat, I suppose.
So in other news, mostly for my chat.
Poking about on Unity, and I've been working on a new environmental redeem.
Poking about on
I've done a new one.
Unity, and I've been working on a new environmental redeem. It's been a while since I've done a new one.
So it was actually inspired by something that I'd seen somebody put up on Twitter that they were talking about particles.
It was actually inspired by something that I'd seen somebody put up on Twitter that they were talking about particles that were
neon rain.
in Blender.
Like it falls, and then it would ripple on the ground when it impacted.
Rain.
Which
like falls and
was
it would,
very inspiring.
It would ripple on the ground.
Something that I had been trying to accomplish a way to
was very inspiring because it was something that I had been trying to accomplish
where
a way
to in relation to my
potentially
model,
show where ground is in relation to my model
to give scale, right? So like
so
right now
that
I
could
really
potentially work with things to give
like
scale,
other
right?
objects
so like
in relation to the
right
model
now I can't really do much.
Scale is difficult to
like other objects in relation to the model
so
because I just
for a while I was trying to figure out how to put like a grid or something on the ground, and it
for a while I was trying to figure out how to put like a grid
mostly because
or something on the ground,
and as it got further away from the camera, and sort of
mostly because it started looking real wonky as it got further away from the camera and the sort of bitmap.
But
the
then the idea of
that stuff that it would do,
sort of rain that would fall and then ripple when it hits
then the idea
ground,
of the
like,
of a sort of rain that would fall and then ripple when it hits the ground. I was like,
just by
now
like
we're cooking with gas. Like that's something that's a little bit more engaging. Just by like occasional.
So I started trying to work on it as rain
ripples on the ground.
One,
and so I started trying to work on it as rain, but it one, it had to be different from my other rain. It can't just be more rain.
Impact the ground.
Also, it was a little bit of a struggle to get it to appropriately
shoot past,
impact the ground when it's going so fast. Because it has a tendency to like shoot past or
circled back,
sort of angle weirdly when it hits, and so.
With a previous idea that people
circled
had
back
as
to combining
environmental redeem, which was like
with a previous idea that people had brought up as an
okay.
idea for an environmental redeem, which was
Thanks
like try a meteor rain.
Sorry.
Try to loop back around to that idea, and so it's
rising.
It's sort of like
try to loop back around to that idea,
and so
it's
combined with like a fairy fire.
It's sort of like a meteor rain, except
honestly,
it's
you'd
sort
probably
of a meteor
like
rain
it,
combined with like a fairy fire.
Reminds a little bit of your fire.
And
but it's in my colors,
honestly,
and
you'd probably like it because it reminds a little bit of your fire.
I've been poking
but it's
about
in my
it
colors and it falls from the sky.
And I actually realized today,
I've been poking about it.
I wanted to do something for when I do hit 400.
And I actually realized today,
like,
because obviously I wanted to do something for when I do hit 400, right? I'll have to post on Twitter. I realized
having
hit 400 subs and all that sort of thing.
Something very similar to the way I was.
I realized having
these.
Something very similar to the way I was
instead of like just doing the here's the 400 subscribers that I can see
instead of like just doing the
that people often
here's
do, and I have
the 400 subscribers that I can see.
What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to make a particle system
and I have done in the
exactly 400 particles.
What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to make a particle system that produces exactly 400 particles and do a little video of like, hey, here's what 400 subscribers looks like. As
that'll be more interesting.
Specks or dots or fires or whatever, because I think that'll be more interesting.
I've been trying to work on my own redeem system. I've been trying to work on my
getting sidetracked now.
Redeem system.
No, totally. End of statement. Carry on.
Sorry, getting sidetracked.
I'm good.
I think the thing that I run into a lot of the time
end of statement.
is definitely
Carry
that
on.
I'm programming it myself.
I'm good.
But
sure.
I think the thing that I run into a lot of the time is definitely that I'm programming it myself.
Nope.
Sure.
It's not.
But now that I have it working easy.
Nope.
I have to start thinking about what certain things like will actually. But now that I have it working and whatnot, I have to start thinking about what. So far, I have a decent answer for, at the very least, and so far I have the daily redeems. Decent answer for, at the very least, which is that I want to do it so that once you get the daily redeems. 45 of them. Which is that I want to do it so that once you get I'm going to allow people to choose an icon 45 of them that they can put on the little ledger chat to choose as their icon.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That they can put on the little ledger chat.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, since you have the ledger as sort of a constant.
I can allow people to not only spice up the ledger, but I can also be like, hey,
spice up the ledger.
I can allow people to. That's how you know someone is a regular, is that they have just their own icon. You're like,
have you
that's how you know someone is a regular,
to, like,
is that they have just their own
that,
icon.
Mark or a
have
higher
you
mark
considered
of the
getting to like
daily
maybe it's that
currency gets you like
mark or a higher mark?
You can like
of
select
the
a
daily
position on the
currency
ship, like join the
gets
crew.
you like you can like select
I don't know how to do
position on the ship, like join the crew.
I mean, even if you just have like a log of here's the crew.
I don't know
what
how to
slots
do
they
that.
fill.
I mean, even if you just have like a log of here's the crew and what slots they fill.
I do have an actual like crew. Like one of my commands that I loved setting up was. But I do have an actual. If people ever want to test one of my commands even working in the first place, I have a command to check the crew. If people ever want to test
if regulars can join the crew, that's another way they can get recognized.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if regulars can join the crew, that's another way they can get recognized.
Only costs a point because I want people to be able to do it. Just an exclamation mark check the crew. So it's, I think, a 5-minute. Only costs a point because I want people to be able to do it, but I can set cooldown. Oh wait, so if you actually have a 5-minute cooldown,
hey,
I'm 3 short.
I literally just found 10 silver
sunflower seed
in the haunted mine.
I'm 3 short.
I literally just found 10 silver coins in the chest in the haunted mine.
I'm sure. I would just stick them in a box somewhere.
I may ask for 3 of those.
I'm sure. I would just stick them in a box somewhere.
Or you could do. I'm just thinking of the whole crew thing. You could do it.
Or
you
could do. I'm just thinking of the whole crew thing. You could do it.
Move up
as like
as
the number of their daily currencies.
If you get enough,
they like
with a high enough score, maybe
they
end up getting their own captainship. And
if you get enough
admiral.
with a high enough score, maybe they end up getting their own captainship and you become freaking admiral.
There is most valuable such a thing already as the MVC. My pirate nation, or most valuable crewmate, canonically runs off the currency of pints. My pirate nation, because when they were asked what they wanted, their runs off of the currency. They were asked, "Hey, okay, if you're going to be your own nation, when they were asked like a formal currency, what currency do you use?" They were asked, "Hey, okay, if you're going to be your own nation," and they went, "No, we value the pint." Currency. Well, now what currency do you use? Do you use like the English pounds? And they went, and no, we value the pint. It's easy to tie the value to it because all you need to know is how much does a pint cost? That's what the dollar is. So it's easy to tie the value to it because all you need to know is pint a coin. How much does a pint cost? That's what the dollar is. Pint a coin.
The pint standard.
And so that's what the dailies are, though, is instead of
the pint
orbs or souls. And because so that's souls are daily, the other actual, like, instead of point, orbs or souls. Because souls are just the other actual, like, channel point. Whenever you earn a pint, it tells you how valuable you are. The pints that you earn. And whenever you earn a pint, it tells you how valuable you are. You can also check how valuable you are by just checking how many pints you have. You can also check how. This is because I finally found the right place to be able to put all this stuff too. Where my issue with it was because I finally found the right place to be able to put all this stuff to. I was worried. Where my issue with it people was that wouldn't be able to find like channel points easily or redeems easily, and I can't do the same thing of like channel points easily. Send a message in chat when they ask, or redeems easily, and I can't do the same thing of etc. Send a message in chat. Instead, what I do is I just put it in the description of the video what all the redeems are and what they do, etc. Literally, just scroll down; it's all right there. So instead, what I do is I just put it in the description of the video.
Fair.
Literally just scroll down. I mean, obviously, you have to work every last bit your limitations. But my concern with doing something like that.
My concern on that. I mean, obviously, you have to work with your limitations. But my concern with doing something like that was.
That's why the unofficial command is still redeems. But
just be like, oh yeah.
When you use redeems, it just notifies me to tell you what the unofficial command is still redeems. But when you use redeems, it just notifies me to tell you what the
merciless iron longbow.
Oh, nice.
Oh hey.
May I borrow that
a book for the merciless iron longbow.
Oh nice. May I borrow that? This also means this is the perfect chance for me to go. It is nighttime, which also means this
is you know what? That's what I probably. We already knew some books, so I.
Oh, you know what? That's what I probably. We already knew some books, so I'd thrown the book into the mimic eater.
I have so much stuff on me. that because I don't want it to be nighttime, I have so much stuff on me. I'm gonna have the problem of doing this for a moment. That because I don't want it to be nighttime, I'm gonna have the problem of doing this for a moment.
I have come back.
I don't know if the actually I don't know if someone else can do this. Someone can sort this out.
Probably not.
I don't know if they could. Actually, I don't know if the thralls can do this.
Probably.
The ability to pick stuff up. I wish they could. That'd be cool.
Take it where it belongs.
Yeah. Just the ability to pick stuff up and
just grab all this. I'm wandering around through all the chests. Anyway.
Yeah. Sorry.
I just got back, so I had to do the rounds anyway. Here's the stuff that goes.
I just got back, so I had to do the rounds anyway.
Wanted to rush to the market before it's even like halfway through night. Because
do we already have?
Wanted to rush to the market before it's even like halfway through night. Still getting those pistols.
Have forge flooring yet.
The big one for me is still getting those pistols. But yeah, so I can now have a ton of fun with routines. To the point where but yeah, so I can now have a ton of fun. It's literally a programmer's playground when it comes to what you want to redeem. It's literally a programmer's playground when it comes to the extra generous ability of being like, yeah, I absolutely am willing to take suggestions, because if it's easy to program, generous ability of doing like, yeah, I absolutely am willing to take suggestions, because if it's easy to program,
it's some of the hardest part is just like coming up with
it's
what good redeems.
Some of the hardest part is just like coming up with.
It's all about those suggestions.
Good redeems look like. It's always been my struggle for sure.
Yeah, I haven't done anything too spectacular yet, because I also kind of can't integrate it with like the model, for example. Anything too spectacular yet, because I also kind of can't. But so my the model, for example. Hey, that was an achievement. Trade with a merchant, but that's awesome.
You can likely very.
Hey, that was an achievement.
You can likely very
as long as you can send a WebSocket message.
Integrate it with the model.
As
long as you can send
a
Twitch, WebSocket
definitely
message.
not to YouTube.
No.
I can
locally, because you can send it if you can receive the command and send the WebSocket directly to
because you can send it if you can receive the command and send a WebSocket directly to your like a local address.
I can't do that either.
You can send it to Vignon directly.
I would have to go through some sort of third-party system set up for that, because I would have to go through some sort of third-party. Now notoriously doesn't actually run on the same system. As my chat now notoriously doesn't actually run on the same system. So as my they're not the same system. Even locally.
Also another reason that I'm like, I think I'd like to just stick with a single system instead of.
Also another reason that I'm like, I think I'd like to just stick with a single system instead of freaking
stuff like that. Like I can send a message to like an HTML site if I really wanted to.
Definitely
work around.
Like, there's ways around it.
If I can input HTML console command.
Like there's a ways around it, but
so the only thing stopping me from responding in HTML console command is not knowing what the console command is. So the only thing stopping me from responding in YouTube, that's literally it, is not knowing what the console I can actually probably set up another that's literally pseudo JSON file to be like, hey, send the console command to send a message as this person. Pseudo JSON file to be like, hey, send the console command to send a message as this person with this info. I'm coming back with it now.
We have so many merciless weapons, but not.
I can learn it. I'm coming back with it now.
Super.
Merciless iron.
On the upside,
I can learn it, and so I
acquired
and then work on it.
Forge floor. So
merciless iron.
All of our stuff is more efficient.
We have acquired
forge.
Forge floor.
Now I can go from normal pistols all the way to the ancient ones. Well, now I can go from I will need a regular ruby, 3 greater blood essence, and 3 reinforced planks. I will need a regular ruby. Let's go panic about that ruby first. And 3 reinforced planks.
We might have that.
Let's go panic about that ruby first. You say that. Last time I asked about a ruby in particular too. Didn't go so well.
That's
last
true.
time
Rubies
I
are one of the
more...
do recall after you complaining about that, we were wandering around.
Although
oh hey, a ruby.
do recall after you complaining about that, we were just wandering around, and I kept saying, "Oh hey, a ruby." Like I kept getting rubies.
You were on the struggle bus, and they were just tossing them at me.
They were just upstairs.
You were on the struggle bus, and they were just tossing them at me.
Do as well. Yep.
I think we have.
Okay, Greater Blood Essence is the next one. That's really easy to do as well. But yeah, so now, now one of my greatest strengths as a YouTuber is going to be my custom chat bot. But yeah, so now, because I can now one of my greatest strengths as a YouTuber is going to be my custom chat bot than like any other actual chat bot. Also do so much more with this thing than like any other actual chat bot.
Yeah. And something else that I was actually considering doing too, although I just haven't yet because I fully expect.
Something else that I was actually considering
severely
doing
disappointed
too,
by my inability
although I just
to
haven't yet because I fully expect to be
Twitter hates me.
Severely disappointed.
I was actually
going to
put out a call to
see if reach anyone on Twitter because Twitter hates me.
Anybody was interested in.
So I was actually going to put out a call to see if
narration.
Anybody was interested in like
small narration stuff, essentially for free,
quote unquote commissions, but like
out
small narration
to try to build recognition,
essentially for free.
I was specifically thinking
credits
out, a lot of
and to have like
who do like lore
to try to build recognition. Because I was specifically thinking
they may not want to.
There are a lot of VTubers who do
spend
like lore videos
money
when they debut
to do narration.
They may not want to.
Like I could narrate, you know, like 5 to 10 easy minutes
to do
sort of like
but like
stuff. I was like that would take me
no time at all. You know, like 5 to 10 easy minute sort of like stuff. I was like that would take me no time at all.
Like literally any day where I have even a remote amount of like even just enough time to do it. If you catch me on just like literally any day where I have I'm willing to do some amount of like even just enough time
I mean
to do
I
it.
would do narration for people who wanted to do that and to just get credits out of.
No, I mean I would do narration for people who wanted to do that and to just get credits out of like
who want stuff.
Hey, this is a thing that I have done.
Well, you have one major credit at least that's going to be
the
coming
people
your way
who
soon.
want stuff.
I do. Well, and that's kind of what where the idea came from.
At least that's going to be coming your way soon.
I do. Well, and that's kind of what where the idea came from because I was like. It's like I'm
making lore videos,
and like I know people are out there wanting and making lore videos.
I may have that button. A nice little I may have thing about that I can say then. A nice which little, is that there is a thing about that I can say. Then. Almost 100% chance, which is that that credit will be available. To almost 100% chance. That credit will be available. That is as soon as TwitchCon. One of the things that I am requiring for our TwitchCon stuff. That is okay. So now I just need that 6 radium alloy. Gotcha. Okay, so now I just need 6 radium alloy. How do I make radium
Okay, so what are some of these other artifact ones?
Hex scrap, sulfur, and how do I make radium alloy?
Okay, so we do have
hex scrap, sulfur,
the recipe for the mercenary. You know, I could make myself a whip.
Do we have
the recipe
radium alloy anywhere? Where would that be?
I could make myself
we should have some in the right forge was working on
radium alloy anywhere. Where would that be?
We should have some in the right forge was working on radium alloy.
I see 2 in the small materials.
Maybe it was.
I see 2 in the small materials storage.
Hold on, let me
maybe it was
making iron.
Did it get?
Okay.
Oh, you're out of. Oh, there we go. I
had
to cycle around the sulfur that it made.
Okay.
It does also need a bit more goop.
Okay, so then that's...
I had to cycle around the sulfur that it made.
3, 4, 5, 6, 4 more?
Okay, give me this.
Okay, so then that's... I'm at 2 oh, and that looks like it's going to make 4 or 5 that, though. That's 4
Okay,
well, I have enough.
I'm now making some more of these sludge-filled canisters, which will allow us
okay, well, I have enough. Okay.
I'm now making some more of these sludge-filled canisters, which will allow us to...
Oh, is there a way to change ability modification?
Okay.
Is there a way to change the ability modification?
Regular iron whip.
Boy, it is a good thing that I went and got more iron.
Is there a way to change the ability modification?
Boy, it is a good thing that
I don't think there is a way to change it.
Clearly, we're going to need some.
Well, it's making a reforge a shattered weapon at the ancestral floor. Well, it's making a reforge a shattered weapon. Hits will now inflict chill. Oh, you can indeed upgrade this all the way to 26. Will now inflict if I put this in here, what does it take? Oh, you can indeed upgrade this all the way to 26. So if I put this in here, what does it take? Dark. Interesting. Silver pistols. If I do this, oh, it doesn't work that way. Interesting.
There's some iron.
So I'm gonna check this quickly and see if that's what they will always do. Actually, I say I'm gonna check that. I will check it. I'm gonna check. I really need to use the washroom, so I'll be right back. Always do. Actually, I say I'm gonna check that. I will check it, but I really need to use the washroom, so I will be right back.
Okie doke.
So yeah, you know, this is when I wish I just had a slightly larger community of folks.
This is when I wish I just had a slightly larger
the challenge of doing anything in the content creation space, because I really just wish I could go to chat and be like,
challenge of doing anything in the content creation space, because I really just wish I could go to chat and be like, hey,
for narration,
if you guys are in another VTuber's chat and hear them talking about looking for narration,
and that's,
feel free to mention
that's I think a big part of why.
But there aren't enough of you to do that.
I want to continue pushing
I think, a big part of why
on the story times, because I feel like
I want to continue pushing maybe even harder on the story times, because I feel like they're gaining traction,
accelerate
and
growth, because
gaining traction
like
just
YouTube
helps
sort
you
of knows where to put my
like
stuff
now, accelerate growth, because
it
seems like YouTube sort of knows where to put my stuff now, and so then more people are getting a chance to view it, which puts it in front of more people, and then
and it's always
it just sort of
to get
compounds on itself. And it's always the challenge
to
get that initial
I have to go get the regular whip first.
Oh, right.
I forgot.
I can't make a merciless iron whip. I have to go get the regular whip first.
Right.
I forgot.
Well, that certainly is a problem, isn't it?
Right. Well, that certainly is a problem, isn't it?
Those in there. More goops.
Let's toss those in there.
This will give us another 2 sets of those. That's good. So we are going to run out of our tech scrap. That's going to be the limiting factor right now.
That's good. So we are going to run out of our tech scrap. That's going to be the limiting factor right now.
Let's toss this in there. We will have 8 though.
Let's toss this in there. We will have 8 though.
Okay, we don't need the rest of this right now. What we need to do is go get whips in general.
We don't need the rest of this right now. What we need to do is go get whips.
Dancer has the whips. Also castle teleporter? Oh, I see. You compare with another teleporter. So you can also teleport directly to castles.
Oh, I see. You compare with
presumably that's like a better teleporter than the basic shit that just...
Presumably, that's like a better teleporter than the basic shit.
Force us not to teleport because they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you're carrying shit."
Seems to constantly force us not to teleport because they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you're carrying shit." It's probably not the case. It's probably still going to stop us from carrying shit, which is a big pain in the ass.
That is what we need to do.
Okay. That is what we need to do.
45 of those.
45 of those.
119 scrolls. Can we... Oh, yep. Merciless iron pistols.
Scrolls. Can we
discover another random technology?
Yep. Merciless iron pistols.
Dark Magic's gloves.
Discover another random technology.
We already had Dark Magic's gloves. What are you doing to me, man?
Dark Magic's gloves.
That's some shit.
We already had Dark Magic's. What are you doing to me, man?
Bullshit.
That's some shit. That's some bullshit.
Okay, so that's like directly north somewhere. Very far away. But of course.
So that's like directly north somewhere. Very far away. But of course.
Yeah, but VTuber Twitter has been a flutter recently.
Yeah, but VTuber Twitter has been
Shoujo.
Probably
the biggest
for anyone familiar
Western,
with VShojo.
Probably
the
biggest,
agency,
if you want to call it that,
Western,
the Eastern variety.
agency,
We've got Hololive and Niji-Sanji, right? But for the West,
the Eastern variety, we've got Hololive.
VShojo apparently recently
right?
opened up
for the
auditions
West
again
representation.
for
We've got
new
VShojo.
talents.
Well, VShojo apparently recently opened
cool.
up auditions again for new talents
because nobody can have nice
cool.
things. There's plenty of folks sort of
because nobody
shooting
can have
their
nice
mouth
things.
off.
There's plenty of folks sort of
it was really recent. It's like within the last
shooting
week.
their mouth off.
People can't help but like shoot their mouth off.
It was really recent.
How,
it's like within the last week. People can't help but like shoot their mouth off about how like
that the current talents.
what's the point of opening it up? They're just gonna pick somebody that the current talents are already friends with, or blah blah blah.
Childish
like
about it.
Being,
but
very.
It'll be interesting to see
about it.
Who potentially gets grabbed up for that.
It'll be interesting to see who potentially gets grabbed up for that.
The thing is I can understand the sentiment to a degree.
The thing is I can understand the sentiment
that would potentially give
to
the
a degree.
Opportunity to, like,
I certainly wouldn't go and shoot my mouth off on a platform that would potentially give the opportunity to I
understand that
do
it is
the applying through, but
to try to be working in the content creation space.
I understand that it is frustrating
see the same names
to try to be working in the
big
content creation space and sort of
see
the same names that are like, the big names,
and like the
get
quote-unquote hidden gems,
sort of
if you will,
more and more of the
Seldom
opportunities and like the quote-unquote hidden gems,
that,
if you will,
like you would hope
seldom
for them
get
to get
the opportunities
the problem
that
is,
like
exactly
you
what
would
I
hope
just
for them to
in that
get.
It's like
the problem is
it's a matter of
it's exactly what I just mentioned
momentum.
in that it's like
they get
it's a
opportunities
matter of
they're big. They got
momentum.
Big,
like
how.
They get opportunities because they're big.
Maybe
they got big.
Skill, maybe
who knows
they had
how?
a good connection with somebody.
Maybe
but
it was luck. Maybe it was good
you get
networking.
big enough.
Maybe it was
you start getting
skill,
the chance
they
to
had
meet
a good
the other
connection
big
with
ones.
somebody. But
and
like,
then,
you get big enough. You start getting the chance to meet the other big ones, and then
has some previous contact.
It will likely be someone that gets hired that has some previous contact with the people
like,
at
yes,
VShojo
I get that
because,
that could be kind of frustrating, but like,
that's how networking works. Like, yes, I get that that could be kind of frustrating, but like,
have content out there and
are not going to give you a chance if you don't.
What do you expect?
Like, have content
just
out there
read your mind
doing
and just
something.
Be like, yes,
what do you expect?
Expect
them to just like read your mind and just be like, yes, I have
sat with the orb and foreseen the future that this person will be successful.
Sat with the orb and foreseen the future that this person will be success. Like, that shit doesn't happen. They have to base it on
what you
something.
have done. But anyway, it'll be fun. I like most of the talents.
See what you have done.
I like pretty much all the talents.
Anyway,
in VShojo. I think they've done a good job
I like
of finding
most of the talents.
Good people.
I like pretty much all the talents at VShojo. I think they've done a good job of finding
performers,
good people,
entertaining. I like Iron Mouse a lot, especially.
Good talents, good performers.
I like Iron Mouse.
I like Iron Mouse a lot, especially. I like Iron Mouse. I like
all
Haruka.
Those folks.
All those folks.
So, good luck to all who tried.
So,
one thing, the thing that I do sort of understand is that I felt like the first round.
The thing that I do sort of understand is that I felt like the first round of
VShojo ran did end up feeling sort of disingenuous.
VShojo ran did end up feeling sort of disingenuous
the last time they did this. This time, I don't feel like
it felt very perfunctory the last time they did this. This time, I don't feel like it's quite the same or true in the same way.
They
but
did
the first time they ran open auditions and applications,
not only knew
they did end up bringing on people that not only knew the talents that were already there, but had been
heavily collaborating and doing streams with them already So much so that like
heavily collaborating and doing
blurred
streams with
whether
them
they were
already.
at
So much so that like
so then they like
the line was a little bit blurred as to whether they were already at VShojo, and so then they like
and getting hired in, and it was like
then they were the ones who ended up getting through the application
opening
process and getting hired in, and it was like
that you clearly could have
why
sent
did you
a
even
message to and
bother
been like, hey,
opening auditions and then going with people that you clearly could have sent a message to and been like, hey, would you be interested in working with us? Like there was no need for open auditions. So I get that like that happened the first time, and that felt a little bit wonky. So I can understand a little bit of the doubt.
I was talking about the JoJo applications. Have you been aware that that's happening?
Hello.
Pay attention.
I was talking about the VShojo applications.
Not really.
Have you been aware that that's happening? Do you even pay attention about that stuff?
Twitter lately about
not really.
VShojo had
that's fair. It's
opened up applications
moseying about
on auditions to
Twitter
get
lately about VShojo had
on Twitter
opened up applications again and auditions to get in. And
you know, blah, 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 blah,
a bunch of people on Twitter shooting their mouth off like a bunch of dumbasses, as they always do. And you know,
I have learned
all that
why
good shit.
I wanted to take the data farm. Why I remember I wanted to take the data farm as I got back what was happening, and I remembered which is
data farm
as I got back what was happening. I remembered why I wanted to take today's stream to farming in the game.
The day to farm, not a data farm.
I remembered why I wanted to take today's stream to farm.
The day to farm, not a data farm.
This time.
I'm following now.
I can't take those with me. Run the long way this time. Fine, fuck you. I can't take those with me. Oh my god, I'll run the long way. Fine, fuck you. Yeah. So the pistol is great. Yeah. However, I looked into it because I was curious and I was trying to remember. I was like, "There's some reason that I thought this was going to take up to a full stream," and I was trying to remember. I was like, "There's some reason that I thought this was going to take just for like to a full stream, all the resources and like somehow." I was like, "There's something missing that takes just for like getting or RNG or something of the sort." I was like, "There's something missing that takes." I found out it's because ancient weapons do actually have RNG to them. In that they modify an ability. Ancient weapons do actually have RNG infused with one of the different. They modify an ability spell be infused with one of the different.
It's like the whip we have.
Yeah, I
ability
saw
modification aerial whip twirl.
It's like the whip we have.
Yeah, and so it should say
ability
on
modification aerial whip
the thing
twirl.
to what school it's part of. Yeah, and so it should. I don't know which one it should say.
It's illusion infused.
The thing to what school it's part of. So because of that, though, I don't know which one.
Yeah, it's illusion. Illusion
Stingent
infused.
shards a little bit, so I could hopefully get. So because of that, though, that's the sun. That's the sun. Farm the Stingent shards a little bit. A pistol that does hopefully get. Oh, that's the sun. That's the sun.
Yeah, I realized
that does do.
I was looking at it, and I realized I actually need to go kill one of the other.
I realized that.
While we have the merciless,
I realized I
Iron
actually
Whip,
need to go kill one of the other V-Bloods
because we don't have that unlocked yet.
While we have the merciless Iron Whip, we don't have like a regular whip.
We don't.
We don't have that unlocked.
There's
I thought I had a whip.
Domina the Blade Dancer.
We don't. We need it.
Needs killed.
There's the
I see.
Domina the Blade Dancer needs killed.
I see. Well, I can safely say. What else does he have for his... Oh my god, I hate you so much. One person hit me and I'm just trying to get away. I hate you so much. One person hit me and I'm just trying to get away.
Damn it!
I hate that. It's always some asshole with a crossbow.
Yeah, sorry, what I was gonna ask is, what other technology do they have? So yeah, sorry, what I was going to ask is, what other technology person that has the whip, what else do they come with?
Oh.
What do you mean?
Gotcha.
What is their goodie bag and the whip? What else do they come with?
An advanced grinder. A tier 2 spell point and a castle teleporter.
An advanced grinder.
Pairs with another teleporter.
A tier 2 storm spell point.
Is that death?
And a castle teleporter, which is not really important. Pairs with another teleporter.
Wait, why is the sunlight hitting me? Oh, is that death? That's death. What? Wait, why is Vampire Land hitting me here?
Angora the Spider Queen.
Oh, I'm not officially in Vampire Land.
I'm in Vampire Land.
Angora the Spider Queen.
Oh, I'm not officially in Vampire Land. From what I heard, though, it doesn't sound like they actually have much in the way of stuff that I heard, would need to have direct access to myself. Much in the way of stuff what was the spell point? Would need to have direct access to myself.
Storm.
Okay.
Yeah, Storm.
What was the spell point? Definitely not something I need access to myself.
Storm.
So, okay. I will say, definitely not something I need access to myself. Because I need to check this. I will say, I need to check this pistol, and if it's not this pistol, I need to farm another 750 Stygians or shards. I need to check this pistol, and if it's not this pistol, I need to farm another 750 Stygians or shards. Unless I wanna
Fiasco.
Unless I wanna save the Stygian shard thing for the. Unless I wanna Raider Stygian shard. Unless I wanna save the Stygian. I feel like we're still a ways off of that. Raider Stygian shard.
It certainly seems like it.
I feel like we're still a ways off of that.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it.
Ancestral pistol shards, please. Ancestral pistol shard, please. I have nuts. I have nuts.
What's your take on like going Corpo VTuber? What's your take on like Corpo going with
Corpo
an
VTuber?
actual?
I think it depends.
Out of
Going
just out
what?
of curiosity, like Corpo
Like for you
going with
personally, is that something
an
you'd ever,
actual
like, say somebody just like came up and was like, "Hey, would you be
confirm.
interested in joining?"
Like for you
this thing?
personally,
and they
is that
weren't
something
shady
you
and
ever, like,
dubious.
Say somebody just like
You
came up and
have
was like, "Hey, would you be interested?"
whatever
in
their
joining
terms
this
would
thing?
be.
And they weren't shady and
No.
dubious
I'm
and
just
blah, blah, blah.
pure
have-
hypothetical.
Whatever their terms would
Like
be.
what would it take?
No,
to
no,
join?
no.
Like,
I'm
what
just
is there
pure hypothetical.
something that they could offer?
Like
that
what
get
what
you
would
to
it take
join?
to get you to join?
Like,
Like
what do you
what
see as
is
the
there
The
something that they
only
could offer that would
benefit
get
I
you to
can
join?
really see
Like what do you see as the
is
benefits?
the editing and marketing.
idle-
The only benefit I can really see, and so for me, editing and marketing. What that then comes down to is that means that they have to prove like. I need to know that they have like some value. Comes down to is that means that they have to prove. Can't just be like, I need to know that they have like some value. My friend Jeff, he runs a company. He wants to hire you as the face. Via being a YouTuber. He runs a company.
Really am
he wants to hire
surprised
you
at the
as
number
the
of
face.
seemingly very small
really am
agencies
surprised
that, like,
at the number of seemingly very
like,
small agencies
operating.
that like
I'm like, I don't understand
seemingly keep
how these
operating.
I can understand
I'm like,
it,
I don't
like, coming out of
understand
nowhere and even staying small.
how these work.
I can't understand it having no backing and even staying small.
Sure.
It's the idea of I can't understand it having no backing though. Programmer mentality. It's the idea you need to like I have been prove your worth quickly and then you're good. The programmer mentality of you need to because you're clearly like saying I have education is no longer good enough. Because clearly like but when I say that I mean like no longer good enough. If you point me to a single person, but when I say that you manage the channel of, if you point me to a and then that person has say that you manage the channel of, let's say even above like 10,000 views a video, and that person has say let's say even above like 10,000 views a video, even 1,000 views a video depending on how long ago you started with them, or like even 1,000 views a video depending on how long ago you started with them. Then that at least shows that like you have some sort of skill set. Then that at least shows that is valuable to the marketing and editing side of things. Skill set. Which is a maybe. That is valuable to the marketing and editing side of things.
Yeah, it's
which is a maybe.
Burning.
Yeah, it's.
I hope you know I'm specifically making sure I do the important parts of the rant while you're in this painful fight because it's funny to me that you're getting distracted by one or the other, and it doesn't matter while you're in this painful fight.
Well, my problem is just trying to navigate this place in the sun.
One or the other, and it doesn't matter.
Well, my problem is just trying to navigate this place in the sun.
Sounds about right.
Turns out there's really shitty shade up here.
I got that going for me.
Sounds about right.
I did find.
But yeah, so like as long as they prove they have like an actual value to being an editor. But yeah, so like as long as
slash marketer, manager, whatever you want to call it,
an actual value to being an editor.
Slash marketer, manager,
yeah,
whatever you want to
honestly, I think that's probably kind of close to my thing. Because honestly, I don't necessarily want to join.
Honestly, I think that's probably.
But boy, would I love to have just like.
Because honestly, I don't necessarily want to join like
manager slash.
But boy, would I love to have just like
somebody that was
somebody who is like
I know
manager slash on hand dedicated editor, like somebody that was like. I know that I have somebody on hand to do.
I think my other thing though is that there is another like. There's another two caveats I would say to me, though, which is why even a corporate could actually do this. It's just they rarely do. Caveats I would say to me, which is why even a corporate could actually do this. It's just they rarely do. I have to set my own schedule. No way around it.
Sure.
But the big one is and that's usually the bigger one that will get like corporate. No way around it.
Sure.
Sponsorships in a knot where it's like that's usually the bigger one that will get like corporate.
I think a lot of them that I've
seen where it's like, but you're working.
Seem to usually just put like minimum.
I think a lot of them that I've
seen expectations, not necessarily.
Seem to usually just put like minimum weekly stream expectations, not necessarily in general constraints of like we expect you to be doing something in this time, but rather it's like in general, 20
hours a week or whatever.
Barring exceptions, we'd like you to be streaming at least like 20 hours a week or whatever the number is. And I think that's reasonable.
That's fair. The big final one that's extra important to me specifically too. The big final one that's extra I own my IP specifically not them. Too.
Right. Well, and that's one of the good things about VShojo.
I own my IP.
Does do it that way.
Well, and that's one of the good things about VShojo. VShojo does do it that way.
They maintain
because they
the models
invite
and
people
personas
in
that they were beforehand. Like they don't get handed a new one like HoloLive does.
Like the models and personas that they were beforehand. Like they don't get handed a new one like HoloLive does.
How does it randomize this thing? Why does it say infused chill again? How does it randomize this thing?
Is it randomized?
Hey, can I use one of these electro guns? That's what I want to use.
Hey, can I use one of these electro guns? That's what I want.
Or maybe that one is specifically not randomized because it's like bought and you're buying a specific one.
Or maybe that one is specifically not randomized because it's like bought and you're buying a specific one.
Wait. All ancestral weapons are randomly infused with a spell school effect, causing secondary weapon skill. All ancestral weapons are randomly infused with a spell school effect, causing secondary weapon skill queued to inflict. Oh? Oh, the villain?
Domina the Blade Dancer.
Is cool.
Okay. Oh?
This Domina the Blade Dancer.
Okay.
What? What? Okay, there you go. Now he's fighting.
What?
Did I legitimately just get like the worst possible luck then?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
Did I legitimately just get like the worst possible luck then?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Oh man.
Well.
Uh-oh.
Well.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh no. She's got phases.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
She's got phases.
She's got phases.
Too. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
She's got
the
phases.
problem then becomes...
At least 2.
Holy shit!
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Oh god, I'm stuck.
The problem then becomes...
Holy shit! That was very bad.
Oh god, I'm stuck.
I would need another 500 just to test the theory.
Very bad.
I would need another
very
500
poor
just to test the theory.
To do what I just did.
I wonder what happens if I put this thing into the Devourer,
That was
actually.
very poor timing to do what I just did.
Oh, what happens if I put this thing into the Devourer, good, actually. Okay, gotcha. Do not put this weapon in the devourer right away. Nothing good, actually. Okay, gotcha. That's what I need to know. Oh, do not put this weapon in the devourer right away.
Duly noted. Oh, God.
That's what I need to know.
Crap. Nope. Dead.
God
damn it.
So...
Okay, I can win that fight. I just have to not do the thing that I did.
Okay, I can win that
to
fight.
do
I
for
just
now,
have to
then.
not do the thing that I did.
Those rift incursions are about to start again.
have to do for now, then.
This is a lot harder when I can't have somebody to
Those rift incursions
maintain
are
her
about to
hit
start
points while I
again.
come back.
This is a lot harder when I can't have somebody to maintain her hit points while I come
I was
back.
distracted. Sorry. I was trying to buy a new gun. I was distracted.
I know.
Where are you?
I was trying to buy
Oh, I don't
gun.
even have anywhere close
I
to you
know.
either. Where are you and her? Oh, I don't even have anywhere close to you either. Okay, well, we have 3 minutes to do this. Okay, well, we have 3 minutes to do this. I will come over and help.
Thanks.
I will come over and help. As I said, I am gonna. Hopefully, we can do this in 3 minutes because that's when the next set of rifts start. As I said, I am gonna. Hopefully, we can do this in 3 minutes because that's when the next set of rifts start. More Stygian shards there. Try to go and get. It did give us like 700 for the two of them. More Stygian shards there because
It's true.
it did give us like 700 for the two of them. Yeah.
It's
And
true,
so that's
it
a
was
chance
a
at the
lot.
pistol then at least. And try one more time, and if it doesn't do, and so that's a chance at the pistol then at least. Then I just give up and use the chill. One more time, and if it doesn't
Hey,
do,
where the heck did this cat come from?
condemned, then I just give up and use the chill.
Hey,
I am
where
attempting
the
to get
heck
up
did
to
this cat
you.
come
But yeah, I do notice that I am attempting to get summons definitely help a lot for myself too.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like, but yeah, I do notice that don't have to. Summons definitely help a lot for myself
Yeah,
too.
that's true.
Where I'm just like, just don't have to panic nearly as much about fighting them when I can just tell someone else to fight them and then back up. Don't have to panic nearly as much about fighting them when I can just tell someone else to fight them and then back up for a hot sec.
Yeah, I don't have that option.
Okay, is this where they are?
Yep.
Okay, is this where they are?
Then there.
Yep.
Ah, she looks very fancy, actually.
Then there.
Ah, she looks very fancy, actually. Oh, that's such a funny line, though. Oh, that's such a funny So she is just canonically a Dami mommy.
Yeah, pretty much. Ah, yo.
Did you hear the safe word line? A Dami mommy.
Yeah, pretty much. Ah, yo.
I did not.
Oh,
I
she
don't think she said it for me. She said something different.
At the very beginning of the fight, she...
I don't think she said it for me.
She took
said
some
something
damage. She took a
different.
bunch of damage and then immediately screamed, "What was the safe word again?"
Okay, that's funny.
She took some damage. She took a bunch of damage and then immediately screamed, "What was the safe word again?"
Okay, that's
Ooh,
funny.
fast. Yeah, it's great. Woo. Ooh, fast. Ooh.
Oh, God damn it.
Ooh. Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's speaking to me like a dominatrix would, and it's kind of funny.
Her name is
Yeah,
also
she's
Domina, so
speaking to
that
me like
does
a
make sense.
dominatrix. Yeah, that tracks kind of funny.
Her name is also
come
Domina,
on.
so that
Stop
does make sense.
Yeah, that tracks them. Oh, come on. Stop it.
Oh. She means it. Get cover.
Oh,
This is
She
what
means
ultimately killed me.
get cover.
I did not
This
get
is
the
what
hell
ultimately
out of the way.
killed me. I did not get the hell out of the way.
Oh. Oh. There we go. That'll help.
There we go.
There we go. That'll help.
Just a little bit of distraction. All you need.
There we go. Just a little bit of distraction.
She asked me again. What was the safe word?
I heard her in death. She said, I'm so used to being on top.
I heard her in death. She said, and I'm so used to being on
I'm immediately
top.
running for the thing, by the way. Great.
She has some good lines.
We only have so long for the I'm immediately running to happen, by the way.
Make some scrolls.
Because we only have so long for the things to happen.
Make some scrolls.
Is there a teleport point I can find somewhere around here? Because I can teleport for sure. Is there a teleport point I can find somewhere around here? Well, I can always go start it and then see when you get over there.
I sure can.
Yeah,
I can always go start it northernmost
discussion of you know, VTuber corpos.
Yeah,
on the ever end up
discussion of
going for one. I'm far too interested in just staying as a hobbyist. Man, I would love to be able to hire just like
one. I'm far too interested in just staying as a hobbyist, but man, I would love to be able to hire just like
so like I don't know if that's full blown
with contacts with
like
video
an agency.
So like,
no,
I don't know if that's full blown
just having an
affiliation. Yeah,
like an agency
honestly,
or just
I feel like that
like
would be
a loose affiliation.
Yeah, I was looking at the whole discussion about.
Honestly, I feel like that would be a
smaller
useful service because I was looking at the whole discussion about
join
smaller VTubers.
You know why don't they ever
like to be able to
gyms? Why is it always like,
join
big names? Like
you know why don't they ever
there was
pick
just
quote
some
unquote gyms? Why is it always like
way
big
for
names?
smaller
Like,
VTubers to get like
if
the
there was just
all-in-one support sort
way
of package
for
that
smaller
you get out
VTubers
of
to get like the
all-in-one
support
like
sort of package that you get out of
agency. I feel like that would be
corporate
really
agency that's not like
useful and valuable.
a full-blown agency.
Problem is that every time I
that would
see
be really
somebody like that probably try to exist
useful and valuable.
on Twitter, it's
Problem is
always
that every time I
bullshit
see
and they never
somebody
work.
like that
So
probably
it's like,
try to exist on
I don't
Twitter,
know
it's
how to make
always
the
bullshit
economics
and they
of something
never
like that work.
So it's like
but it would
I don't know how to make the economics of something like that work.
As an indie, you have to like piecemeal find people to fill all of the roles, like support roles that you need. And
as an indie, you have to like piecemeal find
so much
people to
effort
fill all of
and
the like support roles that you need.
I think
and
my big one is just an editor.
So much effort and expensive.
Me too.
Just an editor. I think my big one is
I would love to have an editor.
Want an editor. I think that
me
the
too.
big thing about it too is that an editor.
I would love to have
an
editor.
Where it's like, I just don't know where the big thing about it too is that person at the point I am at such a mindset that because I don't make anything, just like edit for me. Such a mindset that make money off I don't make anything, bro. Until you are making like $1,000 a video off of it, keep the money to start. Until you are making like $1,000 a video. Keep the money to start.
Yeah,
it's not gonna change me to immediately like have an having an editor isn't gonna change me in any way. Change me to immediately only gonna change you. So at that having an editor isn't gonna change me in any way. If you it's only gonna change you. So at that point, the money from like the videos you make, and you're upset that you're earning it from like taking a cut. The videos, there's your reassurance. I don't get money from it for the start anyway. You're earning it, and I'm like taking a cut. Well, there's your reassurance.
The
I don't get money from it for the start anyway.
Difficult. It's like
the economics of being small is
I'm not making anything.
Difficult.
It's like
I could pay for an editor, but like
that's coming from me in a position where I could pay an editor because I have like a good
like that's coming
job,
from me in a position where I could pay an editor because I have
like you said,
a good day job.
It's hard to find somebody that
I still don't want
confident
to
is gonna
like
get you what you need.
Like you said, it's hard to find somebody
get
confident.
It's hard to get any results. Not even just because like they could still be an amazing editor and it's still hard to get results.
It's hard to get any results. Not even just because like they could still be an amazing editor and it's still hard to get results. You gotta freaking get it anywhere on
all of these little
YouTube
things that like add up to success.
It's not all on them. It's all of these little things that like add up to success.
Otherwise,
but like you gotta pay for it all up front.
You end up like me, where more of your free time just keeps getting taken up doing editing and
you end up like me, where more of your free time just keeps getting taken up doing editing and
is just like
recording and
all of my time.
That's why I'm like, I'm willing to put up one more video a week.
Like, good God,
it's easy.
All of
I
my
actually
time.
make like all of you, what you see in my lore videos are done in a day. It's easy. I actually make like all of and I put them out same day. Videos are edited in a day. They're not hard. They look fine. And I put them out same day that they're edited. They are not hard. Very short. They look fine because they're like 5 to 10 minutes. Very short. Maybe 20 minutes sometimes. They're like they're like 5 to 10 minutes. Maybe 20 minutes sometimes.
And that's been a big part of why I've been relying on the story time.
And those
are very minimally edited.
A big part of why I've been relying on
I just read straight
the story
through.
Times, because those are very minimally edited.
Although I do out bad
I just read straight through.
Fish around my sound resources to find things.
Although I do out bad
spice
sound,
it up a little bit.
Fish around my sound resources.
Yeah, I like to add like a backtrack.
Spice it up a little. Yeah.
I have to edit out my flubs because sometimes I will just say stuff that I'm like, didn't sound right. I have to edit out my flubs, but that's also because I have a different style of video too, where I don't have a script when I go into these.
Yes.
But that's also because I have a different
I have a
style of video too, where I don't have a script. Yeah, I have
I have the benefit of
but script is like, hey. Yeah, start here, mention this thing, quote-unquote script, but script is like, hey,
and that's like the way I did.
Start here, mention this. Talk about what happens after this thing is like.
Yeah, and that's like the way I did.
Talk about what happens after this like thing footage is, play out. Done.
Yeah,
footage just play
similar
out.
To how
how
I did the stream for the.
Yeah, that's similar to how I did the
tutorial I was
stream
just talking about earlier, and that's why I have to sit down and actually edit it, because I did that exact
the
same.
tutorial
Like,
I was
here's
just
some
talking
notes,
about
make sure to
earlier,
hit
and that's
these
why I
topics
have
for
to sit
the
down and
drop
actually
frame
edit
stuff.
it, because I did that exact
And that's
same.
fine on a
Here's some
stream,
notes,
but now
make
if I
sure to
wanna
hit
make
these
that a video,
topics
I'm
for
like, I
the
gotta
dropped
go
frame stuff, and then go.
Cut that
And that's
shit
fine
down.
on a stream,
Right
but
now
now
it's
if I
like
want to make
over
that a
an hour.
video, I'm like, I gotta go cut that
Yeah,
shit
that's
down.
why I don't
Right
like.
now it's like over an hour.
Doing as much in terms of like editing a stream. Yeah, that's why I don't like. So my way to get around it has just been like editing a stream my lore stuff. I just stream other pirate stuff. So my way to get around it. Maybe I'll stream the same game if my lore stuff. Lucky enough to have time like yesterday. Maybe I'll stream the same game if I'm lucky enough to have the time like yesterday.
Oh, that guy's still alive.
Where
Keep going, bro.
Oh, that guy's still alive. The heck you doing, bro?
Look at that! I'm trying to unlock this thing, buddy. Look at that! I'm trying to unlock this. But yeah, so like I have like no I have no. But yeah, so like I have scripter filter when I do the lore videos. I have no. I think that also helps a lot because it plays into how I do my own sort of like lore video. Where I think that also helps a lot. I do it plays into how I do my own. I do it sort of like my perspective of experiencing this story. Like,
well, that and I just
from my perspective draw the conclusion that way, where I'm like, oh, this stuff happened.
Well, that and I just
and then I. That's why this is the story and why this is all happening. Oh, this stuff happened.
Well, and yeah, and
that's
why I
this is
definitely
the
do that
story
on
and
stream.
why this is
I
all happening.
feel like doing it that way.
Well, and yeah, and why I definitely do that on
inevitably
stream.
ends up being a lot
I feel
more,
like doing
like,
it that way,
personal, like
sort of inevitably ends up being a lot more,
far more
like,
conversational,
personable,
than, like,
personal, like. It feels natural. It feels
inevitable
far
when
more
people do
conversational than like a pure script.
Full scripted stuff.
Like I feel like that's just
That's why I
inevitable
just don't
when
write a
people
script,
do
but I can't do the stream one either because then I get too
full scripted
sidetracked
stuff.
or get too disfocused. That's why I just don't write a script, but I can't do the stream one either.
I mean, just
because
in
I
general,
get
if you sit down,
too
whatever
sidetracked or
way
get
you're
too
doing it to
disfocused.
sit down, I feel like
Sure.
going in notes.
But I mean, just in general, if you
and
sit
just
down,
having some
whatever way
brief
you're
notes of,
doing
like,
it to
make sure
sit
cover
down, I
this,
feel like going
leaves it
in
feeling
no
a lot
script
more like
and
a
just having
personal
some like brief
conversation.
notes of like make sure to cover this, leaves it feeling a lot more like a personal conversation.
Yeah. But luckily the lore
Natural
videos have
presentation.
working out in that way where... But luckily, I can kind of just tell a story that I have been through.
Yeah.
Working out in that way where...
Ow.
I can kind of just tell a story that I have been through now. Telling you a very strict... Yep, so is mine. I'm actually about to die here now. Telling you... Oh my lord, how to break the... Yep, so is mine. I'm actually about to die here now. Oh my lord, how did that not kill me?
I'm down. Oh shit. I was trying so hard to get some extra damage on her.
I'm trying.
I just
Hang
wanted
on.
to finish her.
Oh, I'm down too.
No, I'm down. Come on. I was trying so hard to get some extra
damage. It's okay. My summon got her.
I wanted to finish her. Fine.
Oh, my summon got her too.
No, come on.
Alright, I'm gonna actually... It's okay. My summon got her.
Fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Saves my summon got her running.
Yep, summon got her.
Alright, I'm gonna actually wait here for you to pick me up then.
Yeah, I'll come back.
Saves a little bit of running.
Whoops.
Yeah, I will say that the challenge for keeping things short will be that as I continue to go through Lovecraft stories for my story time.
I will say that the challenge for keeping things short will be that as I continue to go through
I'm going to be running out of the short
stories
shit.
for my story time. I have been going
what you do in that
broadly
case,
from shortest to longest, so I'm going to be running out of the short shit.
And you see how many chapters you can fit in during that time. What you do in that case.
I'll have to start probably chopping them.
You find the good length of time, and you then split it up into how many chapters you can fit in during that time.
Yeah,
when it's finally done,
have to start probably
put it all together and
up,
let one last video be there. And you then split it up into parts. Did you get the weapon? And when it's finally done, you put it all together and let one last video be there.
Yep.
I did. Here it is.
Did you get the weapon?
It's a Forgotten Curve.
I think I did.
Watch them because I don't have one.
It is Condemned Reaper.
Ooh.
It's a Forgotten Curve.
Can I head to the northern one?
Reaper. It is Condemned Reaper.
Ooh. Yeah, I might be able to use that then. I feel like, for me, I don't really care how long it actually gets.
It's because it's more so about the time it takes me to do them.
For me, I don't really care how long it actually gets.
It just takes me more time to sit down and do it.
It's more so about the time it takes me to
I'm at least lucky where I can do other stuff while I record half of my lore videos.
It just takes me more time to sit down and do it.
The biggest part of my lore videos is do other stuff while I record. I really like to do the straight from the horse's mouth style because the biggest part of my lore video in particular too has I really like to do feature where on investigations you can play back, and so like Skull and Bones in particular too, the dialogue you get for unlocking a certain part or like beating a certain part of it, you can play back. It's very helpful because then when I do, hello Mafia, the dialogue you get for unlocking a certain part or hearing a certain part of it.
Oh, that's helpful.
It's very helpful because then when I do, hello Mafia, hey Mafia, your stuff is working. You're hearing an echo.
Really?
Shouldn't be, question mark? How have you been enjoying Baldur's Gate though, Mafia?
I too really need to actually go.
I know you asked me about how have you been enjoying Baldur's Gate though, Mafia? Also, don't forget to try to redeem your daily. I know you asked me about playing that. If you don't, it's wasted. Also, don't forget to try to redeem your daily. Yeah, so that playback feature is like extremely helpful because a lot of the lore videos are just, hey, here's my experience through this, and then what I can do is, if it's something like today, where the entirety of the story, hey, here's my that you would have played through is just chase down one ship. If it's something like today, I get the extra nice thing that I got today, where I was just like, that you would have played through is just chase down one ship. I was just like, oh hey, yeah, I chased down a ship. Nice thing that I got today, where I was just these were the different like log entries I found along my way. I think they tell the story better than I ever could. Oh hey, yeah, I chased down a ship.
Yeah.
But when they don't do that, what I'll do is like I will entries I found along my way. I think they tell the story better than I ever could. I will talk a little bit about. But when they don't do that, what I'll do each like part I will of the story, so to speak, and like what happened a little bit about. You would have heard me listen to that thing, for example. So like one of them is like what happened. You have to confront like a character on a thing he did. You would have heard me listen to that thing, for example. So like one of them is and so when confronting the character, confront like a character on a thing he did, I can't just like cut to me confronting the character. So when confronting the character, I have to then in exchange be like, I can't just like cut to me confronting the character. These were the like log entries I found. I found these disturbing. Exchange would be like, hey, this kind of means if you didn't quite catch these were the like log entries I found. So this is what I did about it, and that led to, and then I do the next entry. Kind of means I just can. If you didn't quite catch it, or in the case of that one, this is what I did. Sometimes there is like an actual cutscene I have to have. I do the next entry because I just can. Or and so the case of I try to stream everything I can so that I can just cutscene I have to have the cutscene recording of it, but doesn't always work out. I try to stream everything I can so that I can just hang on, here we go. The cutscene recording of it. Enjoying it. Just got to Baldur's Gate itself from around level 5 to 6. Oh boy, have fun. You got a long adventure ahead of you. Hang on, here we go. A little annoyed that Minx and Jahira each have a companion that from around level 5 to 6. Oh boy, have fun. You got a long playing for those two, and I don't really care about their paired companions. A little annoyed that Minx and Jahira each have a companion that inseparable. I'm playing for those two. I will say, you say you're not attached to them. By the end of the game, you will be crying. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. If you hit their story, you say you're not attached. They make you cry. By the end of the game, they hold no punches with like guaranteed. Just the most incredibly heartbreaking story. They make you cry in Baldur's Gate. They hold no punches with like. Just the most incredibly heartbreaking every step of the way. It's also that's the game that I like every step of the way. I'm always happy to talk about Baldur's Gate because I always get to be like, yeah, hey, that's the game that I wrote. Like I'm always happy to talk about Baldur's Gate on because I always get to be like, yeah, hey, that's the game that I wrote. Like English media, an actual English essay on. So I wrote. Essentially, we had to write an essay on storytelling in English media.
Sure.
So in a media of our choice. Essentially, we had to write an essay on storytelling in those how that story in a media of our choice does what it does to come across so well, or like to be a well-written story. And I just immediately, after I heard that this was like a project, I'm like, I gotta choose Baldur's Gate to be a well-written story. It is the perfect example of after I heard that this was like make an adventure, and then your story throughout the entire game of Baldur's Gate is the perfect example of like it is different for absolutely everyone. Make an adventurer, and then your story. You may hit the same game of Baldur's Gate is just your major. It is different for absolutely everyone. That everyone else does because that's just how the game works.
Right.
But the interactions like change so much that everyone else does just from how the game works.
Right.
Like I talk to a person, the interaction, and so because of that, when I get to a new person, I have context for someone that they're mad at. Like so instead of telling me about this person that they're mad at, I can interject to a new person. Oh yeah, I know them. I have context for someone that they're mad at. So instead of telling me about this person that they're mad at, I can interject with, oh yeah, I know them.
Oh god, that was so much damage. What the hell happened?
Oh, I forgot about this guy. I remember him. Oh, this sucks. I hate fighting this guy.
But yeah, so like I can, in Baldur's Gate, I can interject with like,
I gotta fall back.
Oh yeah, that person? I know them. I met them. Here's my opinion on them. And the characters will react to that. I can interject with, but because of that, characters don't. Oh yeah, that person. I know them. I'm gonna die here. Here's my opinion on them, and the characters will react to that properly. But because of that, characters don't feel the. Oh, I'm gonna die here.
Coming back.
Yup, it doesn't help that they're all ranged at me.
Hold it together.
I know. These guys are awful.
Coming back.
Okay, you backed up for. It doesn't help that they're all do the ranged at me.
I know. These guys
I'm gonna have
awful.
to.
Yeah.
I'm not using guide and I'm a bit scared, but I'm gonna moving out on side content stuff because I'm kind of mainlining main quiz stuff.
Yeah.
No,
I don't.
I just want to dodge more. Moving out on side content stuff because I'm kind of mainlining. Okay, hang on. I'm in the middle of getting
I just want to dodge more.
This guy really feels like the worst of these.
Okay, hang on.
The ridiculous number of ads that are all.
This guy really feels like the worst of these.
Real freaking problematic.
Is the ridiculous number of ads that are all ranged and just do massive damage is real freaking problematic.
Okay, well he didn't respawn, or he didn't revive, or regen, whatever you want to whatever. Okay, well he didn't respawn. Give me a minute to revive, finish this Mafia, as soon as the fight's done, whatever you want to whatever. I'll look into pause. Give me a minute to finish this Mafia, and as soon as this fight's done...
It's troubleshooting time.
But yeah, when it comes to Baldur's Gate 2, like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, do not worry about trying to see everything. But yeah, when it comes to Baldur's Gate 2, like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, strategically do not really just chill me through every single one of those shots trying to see everything. Because you strategically really just cannot see everything. Oh, hey,
What'd you get?
Pretty sure I just saw the word crossbow. You strategically cannot see everything. Oh, hey, and he said he could check from here what it is, right? Pretty sure I just saw the word crossbow. Ooh, you will love this. And he said he could check from here what it is, right?
I got another...
Ooh, you will
says it on there.
love this. That's for you?
Iron slashers.
Okay.
Hey, chaos.
Can I...
For rain of bolts, that's nice.
Ask for the stitching shard? Change? So I can maybe buy more than one if we have enough. Can I...
That's all I've got.
That's nice.
I didn't have as many this time.
Ask for the stitching shard? 1,180? I'm not sure. I can maybe that's not buy more than one if we have enough. Would be two.
That's all I've got. I didn't have as many this time.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find out what this echo is. I see the mic. No, that's not enough, because 1,400 would be 2, wouldn't it? I found out what it was. That means that the sounds of the redeems are going to be turned off a little bit. Because apparently the Steam Deck is picking up absolutely everything. And outputting it so much better. Yeah, I had a feeling. Here we go. I need to also question and clip this then, Mafia. You want to do one last one, by the way? There's one in the south. It's still going. There's one in the south of me that's like still a 1 and still going.
It does appear to be still alive, doesn't it? Yeah, we can give that a try.
Okay, let's just see how far we can get into 1 on 2, because it's still just more Stygian shards and a chance at a weapon.
Yeah, I assumed it was all over and done with, so I was.
Oh hey,
back, but
I'm at the Vampire Merchant, so I'm gonna buy the wrong Vampire Merchant. Never mind. It's the greater one. Okay, so then I'm gonna ask Mafia very quickly. Am I too quiet? I need to settle this matter with the viewer right now in front of, like, all the witnesses.
The pressure is on.
It's fine if Mafia says... It's fine if Mafia says yes, though. Because that's what the other person is saying, is that they keep viewing me as too quiet. And I'm like, I've literally never heard this feedback from anyone other than them.
Well, I guess it's helpful also that we've got me as a, like, reference point.
Yeah. Now you're loud enough over the game. Okay, so I am loud.
Ow!
Also, I will admit, I left you to start the thing so that we don't run out of time. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's really just a unfortunate, like, series of attacks that I just ate.
Hey, there you go! Exclamation mark daily. I see you using it. get to question the chats when you use it. Hey, Mafia got a daily point. It works. That's extra big because I spent so long today getting this thing to run on Linux. Did not think that that would be an actual issue I ran into when I made a chatbot.
But here we are, I guess.
Didn't expect that like my core issue would be, oh, but I can't run on Linux. But turns out that this is all I needed to figure out to fix like 90% of my problems. Unfortunately, that won't show you your points in the actual YouTube chat. Mostly because I don't know how to send WebSocket commands to tell the chat to type as me. But I can see that you got a daily point, which is what's really important. I'm playing Baldur's Gate on easy mode, that's fine. Everyone plays on a different difficulty.
Oh, well.
It just happened.
I don't think it gave us any Stygian shards.
Did it finish? Oh, it did.
Yeah, it's timed out. It said no to our shenanigans.
Man.
Aw, man.
Well, I could have gotten maybe a pistol out of it with Condemn. Had to suck on my pride and either accept that or accept that my companion would die. That's the other big problem with playing Baldur's Gate on like anything other than easy. Oh my god, Baldur's Gate on normal means that you are so likely to have a permadeath.
Yeah, that's rough. I am certainly not too keen on permadeath myself.
The game is definitely built around it. I will say that's why what I did was I put everything on when I play for entertainment or story now, what I'll do is I'll put it on the easiest I can, but then I'll make it so that I have to do everything in real time with my companions just auto doing what they're best at. And that way, if I experience a death, we just didn't react fast enough. No, it could be my fault too. I could have just not reacted fast enough. Well, yes,
but...
Okay, so... time to never waste Stygian shards like that again. I have found out the problem.
What's that?
Pistols from him are guaranteed to be chill.
He's just a chill guy, man.
Annoying. All my stuff. Oh, you're referring to...
random.
I'm imagining that, Kappa, you are referring to the Echo, which we found the issue anyway.
Or possibly to your volume, which you're good on my side.
Oh, nice. Yeah, no, it's one of my friends just always says I'm too quiet. But I have my volume at, like, the solid 0 decibels, like, I am just as loud as I am. And then I have everything else turned down to a relativistic amount of, like, oh, Poe, like, talks a bit quieter than I do, so I turn him up a little bit in Discord, and then I keep Discord at a set volume, etc. Yeah, just stuff like that. But then they're just like, yeah, you're too quiet. And then I turn myself up and like, now everyone else is too quiet in comparison. I'm like, what is happening?
Have you considered turning up your speakers?
No, apparently they have all the way, which is why I'm like, what is happening?
Well, then they need better speakers.
Maybe I can yell at them about that. Be like, get better headphones.
Yeah. Stop listening off of your monitor speakers.
Although they're also kind of broke, so probably doesn't help with that as device. Took so long for my swashbuckler rogue character to actually deal damage. Now she's a pretty decent DPS. Yeah, I didn't become a DPS. I became healer. That is my Baldur's Gate go-to usually because just a little easier to like keep everyone alive.
Somebody's got to keep their asses alive.
Yeah, but that's also why I say it's entirely my fault if they die, because it's my reaction time.
That does make a lot more sense, yes.
Or I'm like, I could have prevented this. And I did actually, like, in most of my Baldur's Gate playthroughs, there are actually, like, 3 or 4 fights in total that really kick my ass. And so, there are some fights where I'm just, like, either extremely stressed out or already past the point where I realize I'm going to lose companion in that fight, and then I'm just like, okay. Wizard loves dying. He loves it. He loves it. He loves death.
He will not stop.
No, he won't.
He yearns for death.
I will say, because you played Baldur's Gate 3, going to ruin a little bit of the experience. Only a little bit, depending on if you've met certain enemies and allies. Like, Minx and Jaheira are so good in that game. But when you meet them in Baldur's Gate 3, when I met them in Baldur's Gate 3, it felt like I was sequence breaking. I mean, it's clearly not the case, but, like, it just kind of feels like it is.
I now have the fancy Heartseeker bow.
Woo, the crossbow that I just gave you?
Yeah.
Nice.
It was much easier since I was already using a merciless crossbow.
Eee. But there is stuff in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 that comes back in 3. Which is why I was actually mad at whatever their name is. The company that made 3.
Oh, Larian Studios.
Larian, thank you. I was like, I know it's L, but it's not Lioneer.
Larian.
I only wanted to say Lioneer because of Cat Quest. Played
known for Baldur's Gate and Cat's Quest.
Not true at all. But yeah, they definitely lie to you when they say you don't need to play. Well, okay. I guess they're not lying when they say you don't need to play 1 or 2. Because you don't need to. Not a necessity. You're not going to lose anything by not playing 1 or 2.
Right. You probably miss a few of the references, and that's kind of it.
You would think there is at least one major story beat I will not talk about in Baldur's Gate 3 that is a massive, like, if you did not play 1, you will not know whatsoever what is happening. And you will be confused as to what is happening. And then you play 3, and you're just like, oh, you mother...
Yeah, we have a shit ton of iron now.
They're assholes like that. I say that, Larian's good. They did a great job.
They did. I really need to actually finish playing 3, because I'd started with a friend, but
that's definitely
similarly with the rest of my life, it's all of my time is simply being taken up by freaking trying to make the YouTube channel work. So I just have not gotten a chance to sit down and continue.
That's definitely one that I would recommend you still play with friends, though. I think the best way to do it, IMO, for yeah, that's true, Mafia. You do get to see the silhouette in 1 and 2 and be like, oh, I know them! They were in 3! Or like, something about them was in 3! This is the person! But I personally think, anyway, that Baldur's Gate 3 is best experienced with 2 people.
Yeah, and that's how I've been playing it with a friend.
Because it is a party of 4. And so what
Yeah.
me and Snowy do is we each get one companion we're allowed to take along.
Yeah, that's how we had been doing it. I like that. I think it works out really well.
It definitely helps a lot with like everything from pacing to combat to like literally everything gets better when you do it that way.
Yeah, because that's what stopped me. I had started playing it, and it just kind of eventually made me stop because I didn't like having to deal with like all 4 characters all the time for like every conflict. It's just like
yeah,
yeah, get it, yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3 can be played pretty well solo Mafia, I will say, because you can definitely also just be like, here's the other 3. What you can do, Poe, is I believe there's a way to tell them to make their own choices. In combat.
That would be easier for sure. I think we're gonna need more greater blood essence. How do we make more greater blood essence? Regular blood essence. Yeah, and honestly, your enjoyment of that solo is really just dependent on how much you want to fiddle with 4 people. Like, some people really enjoy that.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like it was just getting in my way because I want to get to the other stuff and I want to see the story and I don't want to have to fiddle with every fight with a bunch of folks that need moseyed around.
Yeah, there's definitely like both pros and cons.
Yeah, it's all a point of preference on that front.
I had to play it when it came out because of my love of 1 and 2, where I'm like,
oh sure,
I would die before I ended up like not playing Baldur's Gate 3 after going through the shit I did in 1 and 2.
Yeah, well, and even for me, like it kind of depends on my mood. Sometimes I do want to fiddle with like the whole party, but
yeah,
that just wasn't the mood I've been in lately.
The other thing
I got a whip now too.
The other thing you can definitely try then, Poe, is seeing if like literally anyone, like even your wife could play Baldur's Gate at this point because they made it extremely accessible.
Whee!
And so you could just be like, hey, yo, you want to play some Baldur's Gate?
Interesting.
And you just have a date.
I like this whip. Whippy.
Try to whip me all you want. I'm whip proof.
Oh, this inflicts entangle. Interesting.
Alright. I'm making one more scroll so I can just research something random. Yeah, now my issue is that... Well, I'm gonna make the Reaper first. The Reaper at least will do Condemned. Oh, right. Did you put that one away?
Yeah, it should be in the weapon storage here.
Okay. I just have to look for anything that's Condemned. There it is. The Forgotten Curve.
I think I might like the whip quite a bit. It's nice to have something that's like mid-range, but actually attacks quickly. Alright, Kappa. Thanks for hanging out.
Goodbye, Kappa.
Have a good night.
It looks like what I'm noticing is that my chat bot has the same effect with Twitch as it does with your chat, which is interesting.
And what's that?
Merciless Iron Reaper. After a while, it seems to time out at some point and then just never want to come back to reality.
Interesting.
It just refuses at that point to do anything.
Maybe it needs to like re-up connection. Maybe it needs to like occasionally ping or something.
But it's told to do so though.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, do we not have a Merciless Iron Reaper? Oh no.
Maybe not. Nope.
Well, hey, good news
looks
is
like we do not.
We set aside today for farming. Or at least I did in my mind, where I was like, I'm not intending to beat Act 3 today, that much is for sure.
We made a little bit of progress, and
killing the person is definitely good progress still. Cool.
This next one gets us, looks like maybe new armor? Or maybe it's just stylish attire.
Yeah, I just don't want to, like, fuck myself up, essentially.
And gruel of an irradiated sort.
I wonder if there is a way... I wonder if there's other...
Music stopped.
There's no other rift incursions that can occur, are there? Originally bought Baldur's Gate 2 a couple years ago and bounced back immediately. I played... So, the first time I played Baldur's Gate was not when I was older. It was actually when I was, like, a lot younger. And so a lot of it was actually originally lost on me. What ended up happening was Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 went on sale on the Switch.
I didn't even realize Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 were on the Switch.
They play a lot better on the Switch, in my opinion.
So I know that it had released like an enhanced version or something in relatively recent years, and I'm sure it's based on that one.
It is. The big thing for me was that I hate click to move stuff.
Yeah, not my favorite. Well, it depends on the context. I don't mind
I do not like it whatsoever.
It's not my favorite. I definitely prefer something else, but I don't despise it. Mostly because I guess I've just gotten accustomed to it in certain contexts. Path of Exile.
I wonder how good we would be at a level 2.
I don't know. I think it requires like freaking. It suggests level like 70 or 80 plus. I don't know about that.
I'm gonna go over there and see. Baldur's Gate 3 got you used to it.
Enjoy your ass beating.
That's fine. I've gotten my money out of tighter spots. Oh, I've gotten your stuff and my stuff out of tighter spots.
That's true.
Dealing with the damn
dragon
thing.
What am I carrying that I can't take?
Yeah, even in Baldur's Gate 3, though, I use controller so that I can specifically not do...
Sure.
Click to move. So they're little...
Mentioning Path of Exile.
We should be
click to move.
Fine, by the way.
You think?
Oh, wait. That thing has a skull. There's 57. Hang on. 57 is the highest I'm seeing so far. Oh, I see. That's why. Okay, yep, no. I did 4 damage to that dude.
Oh, that is not enough.
That was a trash mob, too.
Yeah, that's not good.
It's the fact that they spawn high levels in with the low levels to trick you.
Right. The low levels are probably the mobs that are in the area anyway, and there's probably the high levels that are...
Spawn from the rift, yeah.
Yeah, the rift boyos.
But yeah, I really don't like click to move, so when Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 came to Switch, I was like, I would have been in college. Yeah, okay, well, that makes sense. Because I would have been doing my college essays at the time. I was trying to remember if it was college or like extremely late high school, but no, it would have been college. I was not in high school when the Switch came out. I'm not that old.
Yeah, let's not talk about where I was when the Switch came out.
But no, because of that, when I went to go play it on the Switch, it plays with, like, you can just use the Joy-Cons to move and whatnot.
Uh-huh.
Which is like a trillion% more comfortable for me. I really despise click to move. In my defense,
I'm excited on that subject. It got me thinking about Path of Exile 2, and I think Path of Exile 2 is changing to allow for a different kind of movement. I'm really excited about Path of Exile 2. I thought it was going to be more likely to be out this year, and I don't know if it is anymore, and I'm sad about that because I really, really want to play it. But I mean, I would rather them wait till it's freaking ready, but still. Ow.
I don't know that I'm going to enjoy Path of Exile 2. Or get it.
If you didn't enjoy the first, you probably won't, but it depends, because they are going to definitely... There's a lot of improvements that I see coming to, like, ease of use that Path of Exile 1 lacked.
That's true. Did I see right, by the way, that at some point we can learn how to make something that converts normal Stygian shards into greater ones?
I would think we could.
I don't remember if that's a person thing, then. See the Darkthorn Regalia. Ooh, Spectral Dust. What does Spectral Dust make? Also one more of the Unholy. Oh, right, there's 2 more of the Unholy spell points coming up soon, then. Oh, no. That's great, but terrifying. We gotta fight a frog at some point. I just see Anvil Forge used for crafting of weapons. Anvil. Advanced Furnace. Dark Silver Ingots. I don't see where it would be.
I don't either.
I got
so you're trying to find more tech scrap.
I wanted to get into Divinity Original Sin 2 so badly, but like... I don't know, it just feels like it has the wrong sense of pacing for me.
Really? I really enjoyed it myself.
Maybe it's the fact that I just did... There are 2 other major contributing factors. The first one is I kept trying to play alone. That was a bad idea.
Yeah, again, good with multiplayer.
I'm not a good person for playing alone either. I just don't enjoy it.
Fair.
Well,
there's your problem.
The other issue is something that I don't know how to get over anymore. Where the very first time I tried to play it, I did try to play with other people. The problem with that became the one person I tried to play it with pulled like the one move you never pull in a game of constantly telling us to stop, wait, or hang on so that they could make the right decisions.
Ah. Yeah.
And
roll with the punches.
They did the thing of like, oh, but if we do it that way, it's gonna make it like so much harder later on. Trust me, it's just easier this way. And I'm like, I don't care. You're taking away the choice of a game about choosing your destiny.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
And so now, like, a lot of it just feels sour to play. Because I'm just like, constantly thinking back to, am I making the quote-unquote right choice? And I'm like, I don't care, but...
Yeah.
It's not going to stop my brain from not wanting to do it.
I can certainly end up in that pattern, like, on my own. I usually don't do it nearly as much, like, in multiplayer situations, but I definitely, in solo, can run myself into those situations of just being, like, too focused on trying to make the quote-unquote right decision that it, like,
it's
makes it less fun.
It's fine if you're doing it solo. I think, because
yeah,
then,
it is fine.
Like, it's one of a few things. It's either A, that's just how you want to enjoy the game and experience it. B, the only you actually end up like working through and it's fine. Or C, the only person who you ruin it for is yourself.
Yeah, well, the problem is though that I don't always actually want to be like that. That's just the natural way that I operate, and so I can optimize the fun out of it for myself. Like, I run into that pattern, and I have to sometimes make a meaningful, like, intentional choice to be like, let's not worry about it. We're just doing the thing.
Yeah, I definitely know how that feels.
Yeah.
It's just a thing that happens, but I'm like, when it's solo...
Yeah, it's not like anybody's gonna get hurt by it, but it's just like, yeah, you know.
Like, when it's just you, whether it happens or not, in the end, it's like it's a net situation no matter what.
Yeah.
Because
subjecting other people to it, though.
That's when it gets absolutely worse, because it's like, man, not only are you possibly ruining the fun for yourself, but you're ruining it for like all the other people you're playing with.
Yeah, that's no good.
Avoided looking up Baldur's Gate 1 on YouTube too much for that reason. Yeah, exactly. It's why I refuse to put into Google the name of a game if I'm not willing to see spoilers.
Yeah, I have some friends who I play with that I've had to like make very clear that like I don't want like mechanical spoilers, because like a lot of them have a tendency, like what they want out of it is to go and like pre-look up stuff and find what might be like a good build or whatever, you know, however it goes. I'm like, no, do not tell me, do not insinuate things to me. Like, I'm here to make my choices on like how this goes.
I will say that that's the one that I think I sometimes upset people with, even though I will say right now, I don't give a fuck if you're upset by what I'm about to say. But if I tell someone I want you to tell me nothing, I mean quite literally zero information. Do not give me hints. Do not say like... I don't even care if you say, oh, it looks good or bad. The moment you say, all I'll say is, I have already tuned you out or deafened you. So that I just don't hear it, because I don't care. At that point, it's like, I am saying this because that is the enjoyment that I am going to get out of the game, is learning and experiencing these new things. Don't ruin that for me. I don't care what it is you think you're about to ruin, you're probably going to ruin something.
Yeah, the idea of like mechanical spoilers is something that many people do not consider. It's one of the things in like, especially in the streaming space, of people like who come and view, like they don't always understand that that is the case when you're like, no spoilers please, and they're like, oh, okay, story spoilers, and then they're like, oh, you know what you need to, like, you missed this thing and whatever. It's like, shut the hell up. Like, that's the spoiler things.
Indeed a spoiler. Yeah, like for me, another big one too is venture to all major regions.
Found another guy, but I'm now in the freaking sun.
Decided to come over to a new area to see what was over here and what level they were.
See, you have made it to the cursed forest.
Yes.
Might wander over that way myself.
Okay, I see. There are exactly our level. Oh my god, what are you? Oh no. No, 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 no. Oh no.
Maybe I won't go to the cursed
no,
forest.
no, 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 no.
Well, I'll at least discover the
Satan,
cursed forest.
Satan, stop. Satan, leave.
Not today, Satan.
That is literally someone's depiction of a sleep paralysis demon. That is exactly what you've shown me, and I don't want to deal with it. I ain't about to.
I actually thought about, you know how I've written one story that I've read in my Elder Story times myself, and I actually had been thinking a little while ago about a story potentially around like a sleep paralysis demon to write in addition.
Fuck, I
didn't ever like actually put it, you know, pen to paper about it.
I don't know if this is important, because I don't know if we already have this or not, but now I want to head back with it, because I don't know if we have it or not. Yeah, sleep paralysis demons can be pretty cool. There is a new debuff in this forest, by the way.
Oh, good.
This forest is cursed. It's easy to get lost in the mist. Oh, it mists up your mini-map and your map? Oh, no.
Oh.
So the longer you're in there, the thicker the mist gets. Gotcha. Oh, no. Yeah, going back to the spoiler thing for a second, though, I'm like, because I also have the problem of with my dumbass ADHD brain, I cannot stop it from thinking.
Sure.
It is what I view as my greatest strength that is a weakness. I do not remember the last time my brain has thought about, like, just rest or relaxation. I am just constantly
stable speakers
in the midst of thinking of something. Doesn't matter what it is, just something. There's always the train of thought is always at the forefront of my consciousness, is the best way to put it, and it's annoying.
No, I get that.
But because of that, there are times where I will tell you not to spoil literally anything, and it's just because the moment you tell me something, I'm gonna start overthinking it, and then I'm gonna spoil it for myself in the end.
Right.
Where, like, I said I wanted to know nothing about, the biggest case in point is Detective Pikachu.
Ah, sure.
Where I said I wanted to know nothing because I was like, it's a Pokemon movie. The moment I know what the plot is about, I can give you every story beat of the plot. Because Pokemon has a very specific movie formula.
Sure.
And so after watching all the Pokemon movies, I can kind of just go through that formula in my head now and be like, oh, this is how the Pokemon movie's going to play out. Here's these story beats. Someone told me, like, what it was about. And then immediately I called all of the story points. When to go see it in the theater still anyway, because Pokemon movie, I don't watch it enough. But...
Oh. Interesting. You can harvest cursed wood specifically here.
When to go see it in the theater anyway still, because, you know, it's a Pokemon movie. It's, like, I don't actually care that one is spoiled. It's just, I would prefer it not be, so I can just have some sense of what the hell is happening when I go into the theater. But so, watched it in the theater, sure enough, legitimately called every single, like, plot point beat for beat. As if I had, like, read the storyboard of the movie. And it might not always be that bad of, like, a predictability thing. Or it might not always be that bad of...
Detective Pikachu it's a Pokemon movie, and sort of, I mean, arguably a children's movie. They're relatively simple.
Okay,
that is how it goes.
There is a different one I can say, actually.
Ah!
That,
Oh, I found your sleep paralysis demon.
Good luck.
Hey, bro.
We do have it already, don't we? Yeah, we have
it's
all the
even
amulets.
worse, actually. Did you find regular sized or giant horrible sized?
Both.
Sleep paralysis demon. Both? Yeah, well, me too. Oh, I'm gonna die of the sun because I'm out of trees. Oh,
I agree in general, just have been allowing myself to look for solutions when I get stuck. Yeah, that's fair. But, like, I have another example. Pretty good one. Portal 2 got spoiled for me in a pretty major way.
I'm gonna die.
And it's because before I'd even started playing it, one of my friends was like, all right, fine. All I'll say is that GLaDOS isn't the final boss.
Oh. I made it out.
And I'm just like, that's...
Owie.
That's like a major story thing then that you just told me.
Yeah, that's really not helpful.
That's so mean. When I say literally nothing, I mean literally. when I go to that level of I want to hear absolutely zilch on this thing, it's because I refuse to even type the name of it into Google to watch a trailer or see the promo images. I don't put it on my Steam wishlist. I don't put it on any wishlist. I don't talk about it. And I just tell people to shut up, I'm not interested when it comes to the thing. Because that's the only way I can get to the point where I can then go and experience that thing with a full, clean slate. No information used. The most I would ever want to hear is, you will or won't like this thing.
Yeah.
And that has to be from a trusted source, too. I'm not just going to take some random person's word at it of like, oh, you won't like it, so it's fine. I'm like, no. I don't know you. I have like some really weird stuff in terms of literally everything. There are movies I've found that are like completely foreign. Like, I ended up watching, it was like a Colombian movie, like 2 weeks ago.
Colombian movie?
Yeah. And it was just very poorly, like, it wasn't even dubbed, it was just subbed into English.
Voiced, essentially.
No, it was just subbed into English.
Oh, subbed,
But,
yeah.
like, I watched it, and it was just extremely good.
Ah, balls.
And I'm like, I don't think anyone would have expected me to be like, oh yeah, I've heard of that. Like, I've heard of that Colombian movie about a person who flies a jet that ends up, he ends up like saving a space station or some shit by the end of it.
That is very specific.
So fucking wild. Such a wild movie. It makes no sense. But I just liked it. And I was like, it's good. It's funny.
Shade.
Portal game's definitely more about gameplay and moment-to-moment overall story for me. That's fine, but that's still... I feel like that still gets to people when they're like, oh,
well, it's really just,
but here's this, and I'm like, but I don't want to hear that.
Yeah,
like, what is a spoiler for you is not a spoiler for... Or what is not a spoiler for you is always a spoiler for me.
Yeah, it's really that. It's like just kind of generally being inconsiderate or unable to like consider that other people derive a different sort of enjoyment out of something than you do. Like,
yeah.
And that's, well, it's unfortunately sort of difficult for lots of people to sort of grasp that concept.
I think it's mostly because we experience the world through other people, though. Like, that is our connection to the world at this point. It's just, like, a lot of it is who you experience who you go on your experiences with, and, like, who is alongside of it.
Well, sure. And
you still it's just don't quite see it as, like, oh, this person may not be experiencing the same thing as me.
Yeah, it's just, like, people tend to be... honestly, it's a sign of, like, immaturity, and just, like, ignorance. Like, it can just be malice and just people being bad people, but, like, you do have to interact with lots of different sorts of people to build up that understanding that, like, oh, I am but a single small person with a very particular experience in the world, and not everybody has that same one. Like, everybody starts with the narcissistic view that, like, everybody feels the same way, right? And then you have to be disabused of that thought process.
I will say there is one other thing that also is, like, a key reason that I try to say literally nothing, like, don't speak of it whatsoever. And it's because once you say one thing, at least, like, from my experience, when someone starts to talk about something, they want to continue to talk about it. So the moment you say literally anything, you are going to snowball into something you shouldn't have said.
Yeah, you'll get excited about it. And it's so easy to slip up too, because, like, you just do not, once you've like consumed a piece of media, like, it's really hard for you to keep track of everything that was like a significant moment or what reveals this or that. Like,
yeah,
even the simple act of like mentioning a name, if we're actually like on story spoilers, right? Like a name late in a book or something, like you've revealed information. Like, oh, that person is still alive at that time. That takes away potential tension in earlier scenes where risk may be involved. That like now they know in the back of their mind, they're like, I know they're there where my friend was, you know, maybe 8 episodes ahead in like the series that you were both watching and you started late. And like it's teeny tiny little things like that that you might not think of even a little bit about because like, oh, well, nothing happened to him. It's like, well, yeah, but it matters that nothing happened.
I'm trying to remember because there is something like that happened with me recently where someone actually, like, I saw something about a person being alive, and I was just like, oh, but I haven't hit there yet. What the fuck? And so I'm like, well, this is okay. I got another 3 seasons of this before that person. Oh, it's Black Sails is the name. Of course, it's by our show. But I had gone through a phase where I just wiped all of it from my memory. I remembered nothing about the show. I watched it at some point. I cannot tell you a single bit about what I watched. And then someone mentioned a person being alive in season 3, and I'm like, I'm watching season 1 right now. Thanks.
Aw, man.
Especially since in, like, that kind of a show, too, 90% of the suspense is who is about to die.
Right.
So taking away 1 out of 10 people is, like, you've still taken away 10% of that 90 suspense. There's a lot of stuff that you just answered with one thing. But yeah, like, even the slightest thing can definitely set people off of, like, just don't say it. Someone tells you not to talk about a thing, don't talk about it. It's that simple.
Yeah, I agree.
Find a new topic, change it to that.
Yeah. Not in no way to invalidate any of that, because I still think all of that's true. But I will say from like a personal perspective, having been streaming has really sort of diminished my personal like abhorrence of like spoilers hitting me, just because like, well, similarly, like there's just a different sort of enjoyment of what I've been doing on stream happening. Like the value of just experiencing it with people has sort of started outweighing the specifics of many of the games. So it's like they don't bother me personally as much on stream as when I first started out. And I was like very negative towards like, you spoil things and that makes you just a shit person. And arguably you still shouldn't do that, but like it's not destroying my personal day because I'm like, you know, it's just not as important to me as it used to be, which I thought was an interesting revelation somewhat recently. I was like, oh, it doesn't bother me like it used to.
See, I'm actually going the opposite way still.
Yeah.
But it's because of how I enjoy things with people on stream so far, where, like...
Sure.
A big example is, on Tuesday, we started our playthrough of the newest Monkey Island game.
Mm-hmm.
And I have heard none of that game. I'm so happy that I've avoided, like, absolutely everything I can. Venture into the Silverlight area. Interesting.
Did we end up... I'm going to use this large chest for the coinage here at the front. I don't know if we had another home for it, but
that dude
I'm just going to start tossing it in there.
Yeah, I'm just running around the last area here, trying to see if I can't, like, map out some stuff that's going on here and what's happening. Oh my god, one of those... That's... Huh. They did it again. You can't just list that as a resource of the area.
What's that?
The resource is horse.
Oh, horse.
Just horse.
Horse snackies.
Just horse. It doesn't specify anything about the horse. Just the horse.
Yeah, I don't think I've been over there, but surprisingly, it gave me
have
credit
I?
for having visited all the areas as well.
It did that to me earlier too, before I'd even visited here, so it might be that
Yeah.
this just doesn't count, or it counts as a different environment still.
Oh, yeah, or... yeah, I have no explanation.
I'm gonna human disguise because there's a merchant here, and I'm gonna go see what they sell.
Cool.
But yeah, so a lot of like Monkey Island too is its puzzles are always so wild and entertaining out of left field. For reference, that's where the frog clip comes from. Where like I put out a YouTube short that second long, and all the YouTube short is a person saying, "I reject your frog."
You rogues.
And it was just part of a Monkey Island puzzle that I had to do.
That's funny.
It's great. It's hilarious. And I did get a chatter at some point in it, which to me was then greatly enhanced my like respect for random chatters. Okay, well, I couldn't find the merchant and these guys are now angry at me.
Whoops.
I will say though, why are you level 16? Oh, that's better. You're 65. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm fucking.
Oh, something that came to mind when you mentioned puzzles. One thing that really is like a big swing as far as how I feel about quote unquote like spoilers or whatever is like I am way more open to chatters who are in the same position as me, is like, oh, I don't know anything about this game either, and like trying to participate in the puzzle or like speculating on story. Like,
that's fine.
That's yeah. The challenge, of course, is weeding out which is which, right? Like
the big thing that I was gonna say, like, definitely gave me respect for the person who was in my Monkey Island chat was like they just would talk about other stuff in general. Does she know it's me? Oh my god, she knows it's me. I see. You can see through a disguise. That's pretty MLG pro of you.
Flawless gem veins. So fancy.
Pretty MLG pro of you. Oh my god, there's so much to this one area. Why is it so big? Go, minions! Let me unlock this chest.
Oh, silver ore.
No, minions!
Can I carry silver ore? No. No, I can't. Oh, it needs an advanced furnace. I don't think I want that right now. I'll deal with that later.
Got it! No! Oh my god, you stupid civilian. I am going to shoot you in the back of the head. I have a pistol. I will do it. Stop tempting me.
This place is called Silverlight Hills. I suppose it makes sense to have found silver here.
So that's not good. I have died. This is what I mean by I also keep getting distracted when I try to record this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they were in the chat, and they refused to talk about the puzzles that I was, like, actively struggling on. And instead shifted their focus just to legitimately anything else. Of, like, talking about the jokes that we were going through, or, like...
Yeah.
What they were thinking when they first heard that sort of, like, line, too. And then once I would, like, solve a puzzle or look up a hint, too, then they would be like, okay, yeah, I can tell you this is how I found out how to solve the puzzle.
Yeah, I
like,
appreciate that.
That's a very nice way to go about it, I feel like, because otherwise, yeah, you're like, 90% of Monkey Island is the puzzles. And I'm not playing on... Yeah. I'm also not playing on the easier difficulty either, because it mentions the easier difficulty being for casuals. And I was just like, but I've beaten every Monkey Island game. I'm not a casual.
I am not casual.
No, and now we're going through like there's trivia cards and stuff too that you can find as the collectible, kind of like socks from what's the game? The Pajama Sam.
Mm-hmm.
And you could like find the little collectible socks and stuff, and I'm like, you can find little collectible trivia cards, but then you also have to answer the trivia card. And if you get it wrong, you have to go back and re-find it.
Oh, that's a pain in the ass.
It's so annoying.
It's a cool idea, but boy, is it a pain in the ass.
It changes where it spawns too sometimes, which is
Woof.
the best annoying part. But I like it because it's like, it is something non-figure it out related sort of deal. Because the trivia questions can be anything from Monkey Island 1 all the way to, like, in the middle of that game you'll find out a piece of info, and you'll find a trivia card for it. So, like, it can even be stuff as, like, one of the cards that we actually answered wrong to was what was the original platform it released on. And so we were just like, damn, not expecting to have to answer, like, what platform Monkey Island came out on. But here we are.
I'm glad to hear that, Priestess, that you are feeling better.
Oh, hello, Priestess. Sorry that the post side of the bot is not working. Yeah, so that's why I'm like, when people kind of like, when you do what you can to avoid backseating, I will definitely be more grateful than not on stream. And
yeah,
the same thing goes for, like, spoilers. Like, I like being able to react to something in the moment on stream.
I definitely agree.
Because
I definitely agree.
I always, like, I value that initial reaction. Because I can't replicate it. It just doesn't work.
Oh, for sure. That goes into a lot of the decisions I make as far as games to play. There's a lot of games that I'm like, boy, I really love that game, but like, I've played it before. I just don't think there's as much value with me streaming it.
Yeah, that's why
there's just not that initial reaction.
That's why I try to keep it like either somewhat thematic or somewhat like gameplay focused on those kind of games where...
Yeah, there's plenty that are fine to play back through.
Like non-story but gameplay related one that I kind of want to play through on stream is Entropy Center. In fact, I think you need to play through Entropy Center on stream.
Is that that's one of the puzzle games that came after Portal that has a very Portal-like aesthetic, right?
It is so, like, if you enjoyed either of the Portal games, you will love Entropy Center.
Is that the one that's like time-based primarily? Yeah,
yes.
I've seen like 2 levels of it played, and I was like, yeah, that seems cool.
The idea of it is you have this gun that can rewind specific objects through time. So you have to solve puzzles by like moving and manipulating objects.
Yeah.
To then also be able to rewind in a specific way. Stuff like that.
Yeah, it is a cool concept. I should put that on my list.
It's extremely cool. I feel like you should play that one sooner than later. Because your Portal did pretty well too. And was just entertaining to watch. And I'm like, Entropy Center would be good because it's fresh.
Yeah, it is,
but familiar.
It is much fresher.
It's I'm trying to remember what the term for it is, but it's like you will get an experience that you won't get anywhere else, but playing through the game will still feel like you're playing a familiar game. Because they make it very I wouldn't say Portal-like, just like there are some story elements and gameplay elements that make it kind of have the Portal aesthetic to it.
Well, and that's not surprising to me, because I mean that is how I described it, because like it really does have that sense. Like I mean, clearly intentionally. So good job on that. They hit
oh yeah, they did it.
Target.
They nailed it on. They nailed it on trying to like hammer their feel of the game in, because that is a game that I've beaten once now, but I'm finally at the point of I don't think I can remember any of the puzzle. I can remember like one puzzle, maybe, kind of. And it's because of the achievements that are tied to it too, where I was like, oh, can I earn that achievement at the time? But it's just such a fresh feel that
yeah, I'll
probably
have to add that to my list. And honestly, I'm probably getting close to about time to rotate in a puzzle game.
I can't. I have stuff I have to run back with. Good to know.
Oh, I'm sure I do too. I just wanted to come here to spot the location.
I'm gonna run a suicide attempt, actually.
Have fun.
There's that really big building that's over there.
There is in fact a really big building there.
I want to know what's there.
Your corpse will be there.
I've definitely gone a bit backseaty before when watching a game. One shot specifically. Yeah, it's... I think the best way I try to word it is try to interact with what the streamer is actively doing and not inactively doing, is the best way to word it. Late for me, so I'm gonna have a good night. No worries. Have a good night, Mafia.
Entropy center. Just add that to my list here.
Because like, if you think of it as what are they doing, let me interact with that, you can get a lot further in like good faith with a streamer.
Oh,
if
absolutely.
You're just trying to be friends. Oh, okay. So there's a problem with this place.
Is it all locked up?
No, it's worse than that, actually. It's almost as bad as Ow My Bones.
I got plenty of Ow My Bones.
Yeah, I'm about to have a whole mess of Ow My Bones for a moment, because I want to see who's in here.
Well, yeah, the thing about that, like, that you mentioned,
my God,
people being able to show up and be, like, a good chatter. Like, I mean, honestly, that's just one of those things that, like, people struggle with how, like, that's just good social etiquette and social knowledge that a lot of people just, I mean, they don't get taught. Like, how do you best go and, interact with someone new? What do you do?
Yeah. My advice for literally anyone who wants to do that is just think, what are they actively doing, not what are they inactively doing.
Yeah, interact with what they're doing. Another really, really good tactic is something called active listening. That's a good tool to just learn, by the way. Active listening is an excellent tool. It takes more effort than just passively listening, hence the name actively listening. But it's an extremely good tool for getting to know someone, building rapport with someone, and like leaving strong positive impressions. And also, like, just getting to know someone is important there, because it's like, it sounds like a manipulation tactic when I phrase it, but like, it's just good interaction, and the whole point of active listening is to try to pick up on key aspects of something that someone is telling you, and then following up on them as your next thing to say. So if somebody's telling you, like, oh, this weekend we went over to, the mall, we stopped by the food court, we went to the store, it was pretty fun. Then, like, an obvious follow-up is like, oh, you went to the food court, what did you eat? And they can tell you about that, and it's like, oh, have you had that kind of food before? And then, they're like, oh, no, that was the first time I tried that, and blah, blah, blah. Like,
not to derail this too hard, but, you know how I was up in that one area?
Yes.
Can you look at where I am on the map right now?
Did you find a teleporter of some kind? Where did you end up?
I did find something that taught me invaluable information.
How did you get... Oh, did it, like, send you back to
your
castle?
No. But I found out that caves are essentially teleports, which is why we can't jump up to some of them. Because they're trying to be one way about it. Yeah.
That's how you got back there. A cave passage.
There's a cave passage that's right beside that big-ass building that I went into.
That makes a lot more sense.
I went into the cave passage, and it took me to one down here. Which is why I got so distracted.
That is useful learnings, though, to be sure.
I'm just like, we were struggling so much and trying to figure out how we get into the caves. I was about to
then we
be
just
like...
totally started ignoring the caves.
I was about to be like, oh, hey, I'm gonna die inside this cave. And let you know. And then I was like, fuck it, he'll find out. He's giving a speech. I don't want to interrupt this. And then I went through all that, and I'm just like, hang on, wait, this needs to be talked about, because
I'm almost a little bit disappointed, though, because I definitely wanted dungeon-style caves. I'm a little sad that they're just teleports.
That's fair.
Priestess is correct. It's an interesting use of caves. Like, it's... Especially since they had teleporters already, like, it's interesting that that differentiation exists, and teleporters are more effective at teleporter, or cavern is a more effective teleporter than a teleporter.
Yeah, because you can use your stuff, too.
Yeah, you can bring your freaking stuff.
God, that makes me want to find a place that's, like, right next to a... That makes me want to find a place that's right next to, like, a cave entrance, though.
Really hoping. I mean, we have a cave entrance pretty close.
Do we?
A little bit to the north, there's a cave passage. It's not, like, super close to the...
Okay, so yeah, that's
castle,
probably one
there's one there.
That's probably one that we can find somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know where the hell it would come back from, but...
So there we go. We know how to map those out now, because I can, like, actively tell which ones I just came from.
Yeah, if you want to build very positive rapport with a streamer specifically, because it's much easier to do active listening as a chatter, because you're there, you're, like, very easily consuming what they're saying to you, and you have extra time to think about it and type something out. Like, you're not in a conversation directly. So it is the perfect opportunity to, like, practice the idea of active listening, and in a small, when the chat's, like, small and not tons of people, like, constantly throw in messages, because, I mean, that's going to be not very effective, but, like, on a small chat, like, super good opportunity to practice active listening and ask those questions. And you, as a small streamer, you will absolutely, like, make their day. Like, their stream will be immensely better because you're just asking, like, straightforward, what may even seem like obvious follow-up questions to things they're saying, and you're helping fuel their conversation with chat. It's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, what's the timestamp of that? That feels like a decent short, actually, of, hey, chatters, active listen. Where's my damn timestamp? 3:30-ish. I'm gonna put my own timestamp in my notes.
That works too.
Clip timestamps.
I was about to say, I can actually timestamp you pretty easily.
Listening.
I'm happy I can actually kind of easily timestamp you because we went live at the same time.
Yeah, it's like, where's my time right? I'll just throw that in there.
Yeah, no, that definitely helps a lot too. The one that I would say also kind of actually irks me, even as a smaller streamer, is when I get DMs from someone talking about my stream while I'm streaming it.
Sure.
It feels so wrong to do that. Like, you know they're streaming.
Yeah.
You know streams are fueled off of a chat. Why would you go out of your way to avoid the chat? Like...
Yeah, well, honestly, here's some also basic communication etiquette for everyone as chatters or whatnot. Do not on stream give unsolicited feedback. There's some that's okay, I think. Like, hey, your volume's a little low. Hey,
yeah.
But like, here's the. You can give feedback, but please, for the love of God, just ask, hey, are you open to some feedback on the stream? Like, just ask that. I have had... It used to be more on Twitch when I was, like, earlier on streaming, that I would get people who, like, first-time chatter would just fire off a statement about stream that was, like, almost non-sequitur. And it always flabbergasted me because I wasn't even sure if they weren't a bot. Because they would just say something that was so far out of context of anything that was happening. And I was like, what? All right. And then, like, they would be, like, gone. And I was like, what happened? Who are you?
I'm gonna make a joke that may sound a little mean. But also, that just means that you know what this is mean about. In which case, if you don't get the joke, don't worry. It's not for you. But, I could say that's a pretty cringe thing to do on stream.
It is a pretty cringe thing to do. I don't know if you're specifically targeting me for something. I don't know if that's a connection. I have told people to stop being cringe before.
All I will say is that there is a joke in there for those who can immediately connect the dots. If you cannot connect the dot, don't worry, because you may take it as an insult otherwise.
But anyway, regardless of the cringeness, like, this is just broadly life advice. If you want to give someone feedback, a lot of times people are really opening to getting feedback, because especially if they're doing something that they're, like, sharing with you, they probably want to improve. But do not simply give it. Unless you're in a close... Obviously, if they're friend. Like, this is someone who you are only, like, sort of relatively connected to, such as a streamer and a chatter, that you're, especially when you're new. Just be like, hey, I noticed something about your stream. Would you mind if I gave you a little bit of feedback? And then be like, oh yeah, sure. What did you see? Most of the time, almost all of the time, I would say that they are going to be like, oh, absolutely. I'd love to hear what you noticed or what your concern is. But, like,
the big thing
just tee it up. Don't just throw the fastball.
I think the big thing is that people want to know that it's going to be a criticism. Or, like that it's going to be constructive criticism. Otherwise, when you say it, there is no context.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, the same thing,
that context,
like, almost the exact same statement could follow that and be on its own. And in one case, it may just seem like an insult, and the other, it's like you plated it for them first. You're like, I have something to say because I see it, and I'm calling it feedback because what I'm trying to do is give you something to work with, not just like, wow, you know, like, wow, I can't really read the text on your chat. What's up with that? Like, come on, man. Or, you know, oh, are you open to some free feedback? I'm having a really hard time reading the chat on screen.
Yeah.
You know, can you make that big? Like, those are two very different circumstances, but one, you're just an asshole for just suddenly appearing in chat and being like, I can't read your chat. It's like, whoa, God, what? Like, hello? How are you?
There is one other very big no-no, that since we're talking about this stuff, I need to make sure the world hears this thing. I want the world to know about this one major piece of advice. Do not,
one huge tip that
under
doctors don't want you
any...
to know about.
Yes. No, it's one huge tip that that scammers don't want you to know about in this case. Do not, under any circumstances, go into someone's stream or DMs while they're streaming and attempt to solicit them.
Oh, well, yes. Yes.
Will put you in a public shame stockade so fast for doing this stuff. And you would be surprised at the amount of people that don't know that this is bad etiquette.
Yeah.
That video I joked about, where I'm like, I have like a list of DMs and screenshots and the people that sent them, what my mood was like that day, etc. Specifically so that when I get to 100 different people in there, I am going to make a YouTube video and put it up, putting all of them on blast.
I surprisingly do not get a lot of these people. I know they're out there.
I get them more than anyone else, apparently. And I think it's because I hit like a very specific niche with my artistic style that like people think they can replicate it. Therefore, they think, oh, hey, if he likes this art style and I can kind of replicate that, maybe I can make him something he'll like. But the amount of people that will ask me specifically, like, hey, I do commission work, do you want to see some of my stuff? My answer to the first one is yes. And then they ask, are you interested? And my answer to the second one is no, get the fuck out of my face.
Okay, so
but
here's an interesting question to sort of follow up on this discussion, to round it in a potentially more positive direction. Not that we have any, that I think we have a huge number of people, but like, so if you were someone who is trying to grow your portfolio, get like, and you find streamers that you would like to try to like open a dialogue in an appropriate fashion, what do you think that is? How can someone who is doing art contact someone in a respectful way that will actually potentially bear fruit?
Here is the biggest issue with that. I'm going to I will preach on this for the next like 3 minutes because that's when the rifting version starts. First, also, you're welcome, Priestess. I saw that you said you were gonna hop over here to say that I was the hero for saying that shit. I can also see post chat even if it's not working on the ledger. Whenever I collab, I have everyone's chats up as well because it's just the ADHD nature of me. But that being said, I will say it's hard.
I agree.
It is this type of like starting commission work is going to be the hardest thing you do as an artist. The reason I say this is because even just yesterday we were talking about someone that I still put on shame, even though they started talking to me on the 28th of last month. And not until yesterday did they even mention their commission work. And I was like, props, but also, don't do that still.
Yeah, because it's in that case, it sort of like calls into question the entire leading up relationship as like, was this always your plan? Were you playing the long game?
I'm going to say the one thing that every artist is going to hate to hear, but it's also kind of just the cold hard truth. If you find a streamer and you want to make stuff for them, and you think they can commission you to make stuff for them, there are two ways into that final, like, you are about to be commissioned space. The first one is be introduced by a friend. Best example of this I have is on my stream, people can see Poe. Or on Poe's stream, people can see me. Those
I wave
two images.
Like they can see that. I do wave when I talk, though, so that kind of works.
It's fine. Me on Poe's stream and Poe on my stream are both made by the same artist. It is Seaweaver. She's amazing. The only reason Poe... Oh, I'm going to start hanging over.
Yep.
The only reason Poe got to the point of commissioning Snowy for a commission, though, is because Poe mentioned at some point that he was looking for a person, and I happen to know a person that is very versatile with art. Which is why I am, like...
It's true.
I went through, talked with Snowy about it first too, made sure that she was comfortable with doing it, etc. And then what I did was, after that, I realized that me, Poe, and Snowy all already had a group, like a group chat.
We play games.
We did. All three of us had a group chat before we were in the same server. So because of that, I specifically was going to start that group chat, found that it existed, and went, okay, cool. Let me just message in here real quick. Oh, it's in the top right. This is a weird spot. What the
There's only one of them.
In a really weird area, too. I've never seen this here.
Yeah, I have also not been there.
So that's way number one, is you listen out for when they want a commission. And if they say, well, they want a commission, go for it. Shoot your shot. But you need them to engage with that one. The other one, that is a lot harder, and you're not going to like to hear, but it is the only other way to get that commission landed, is you will have to do free art at that point. Because, especially streamers and stuff like that, are not likely to
there's two other ones unlocked. Okay.
They're not likely to want to commission someone based off of works they've done for other people. Because a lot of the time with, like, a person who is serious about streaming, they will have a very niche look. Or a very, like, set look and style and aesthetic, etc. They will have their vibe, if you will. And I can't look at all of your other art and be like, oh yeah, that just immediately fits my vibe. I can see it. At least the majority of the time that's not going to work. Like 90% of the time, I'd say, won't work. Not going to happen. That person will just be upset that you even suggested it in the first place, and now you've lost the good faith that you didn't even have to begin with.
Yeah. So, can I add something to your thought here?
Go for it.
Because it's making me think. So, even in the case that, like, maybe you do have, like, a design style that, like, fits somebody, right? It, as you mentioned, with, like, the potential need to do, like, a free art, and what I would say is, like, that I think is probably the only right way to sort of, like, cold contact someone.
It really is.
But you have to do it very specifically, in that you literally have to actually play the long game and not have expectations and be like, hey, I really like your design. I'd really love to do work for you. Here's a little thing I did. Please consider me if you're looking for something in the future.
Yeah,
and actually just be done. Like, that's the end of the discussion. You say, here's a little thing I did for you, totally free. Think about me in the future if you want to commission something else. I would love to work with you. Goodbye. Period.
Yeah,
like,
that's perfectly fine. Like, that's like the perfect way to go about maybe getting a person to commission you. I can't even say that one
right
will.
Now.
I can't. Yeah, I can't say that one will even work, like, more of the time than the other ones would. All I can say is that one will leave more, like, it has a greater success chance. Because that person will no longer look at you as, oh, this is that asshole that just, like, came into my chat and was like, oh, hey, I want to show you my stuff. It's
like,
soliciting.
I have no idea how likely that is to succeed. What I can say is that you come out of that not looking like an asshole. You will not be burning bridges doing that. People will be like, oh, thanks. I'm not looking for anything right now, but, you know, I appreciate it. And, like, that's it. End of discussion. Cool.
Yeah.
Just think of me in the future if you want something. Have a nice day. Like, and then maybe in a month or two, it bears fruit with a few people you contact, but, like, that's what you got to do. Like, that's it.
Yep. The unfortunate harsh truth, no matter what, is that if you want to solicit that streamer, it's gonna take free art.
And the thing is, it doesn't even have to be like a big thing. Like
no.
Just
unless they come to you or say they are looking for a person.
Right.
If you do not know their potential future in terms of like commission work, do not bring up that potential future in terms of commission work because you don't know what it is.
It's like, just
as a person
sign a good faith.
As a person who's been on the other end of this, for a minimum, because there are some that I forget too, and there are some that I just don't think are. I'm just not in a bad enough mood that I'm like, I won't put you on blast.
Yeah.
The ones that I have for the video are over 56.
That's so bonkers. The only time I ever got an influx when I was ranting about having trouble finding a chibi artist, which I realized after I tweeted it was not clear enough to say that I wasn't, like, this was not a solicitation tweet. This was a complaining about trying to find artists tweet, and then I got influx of bots and dumbasses.
Yep.
Well,
when he said chibi too, that's immediately why I was like, ooh, hey, wait. I know a chibi artist.
Yeah, that actually, that dovetails very closely into why I say to like communicate and send like a little sample thing over, is because of what I very quickly learned from getting that crazy influx of largely bots, likely.
Some of them are real people, which is sad.
Exactly, some of them are, and you can't tell the difference. And like, I had to go on a tweet rant about it after the fact because I was like, guys, real artists, you have got to start doing better.
It unfortunately takes a lot of learning to... Oh wait, okay, hang on, hold up. 56 Seaweaver, how? I get them on a weekly basis, guaranteed.
That's so crazy.
And I don't know what it is either. I have started going as far as to like actually having conversations with half these people to figure out what it is that made them message me.
Yeah.
It's like, it's a different answer almost every time, other than the one most common one of, I saw your profile picture and banner. And I'm like, if that's all it takes for you to want to message a person and get them to commission you, you're barking up the wrong tree. Let me immediately tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's,
I started by saying, do your homework, learn about the person.
Yep.
Maybe mention it, like, nicely. And now I'm at the point of, like, okay, first of all, you need to do those first two steps still regardless. Second of all, once you do those first two steps, you can't just mention it still. You absolutely have to make sure that they are on a mutual mindset when it comes to your line of work. And if you don't, it's almost immediately I'm just not gonna care.
Yeah, because that's I had to go on the rant on Twitter about how badly people were doing in professional communication to be like, hey, how about this? And I was like, because all of the messages look the same, and like, in that case, I guess this is the other piece of advice, if somebody says, hey, you know, I'm looking for someone to do something, let me know, you know, like on Twitter. If you want to message something like that, at that point, what you just said is exactly what comes into play of do some goddamn homework and like find out literally anything about the person and then incorporate that into your opening message of like,
okay, you know what I can say actually? Thinking about this now, you've given me like the little bit to think on. I want to make a quick demo. I said you will very likely have to do free art. There is actually a chance that you don't, because the other case scenario for like not having to do the art is do your homework, look through their stuff, look through their different styles, the stuff they play, games they stream, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah.
if you have anything that even resembles that style too, good, you're already done. You're already ready to go. You can show them that style that connects well.
Exactly. Yeah.
And if you
that's exactly.
You need to show that you have the ability to adapt to that style. No matter what, the homework step is a mandatory step for that sort of person.
Yeah, you have to actually communicate that you even have an idea of what they are going to be asking about. Because so many people just, like, blindly fire off a message to literally, like, anybody who's asking for any kind of artwork that, like, really any artwork, because they're, you know, like a general illustrator or whatever. And it's like, you have got to actually see what it is that they might even be asking for. Because, like, the perfect case study in this is my ass asking for a chibi artist. Because, like, chibi artists do not do my model. Like, that's not a thing.
No, it's not a common thing at all.
Generally. So, like, every normal ass, like, regular chibi artist who might just throw a message that's just like, I do chibi art, and it's like, did you even look at what I look like? Do you think you can pull that off? If so, you should probably open with that.
Yeah, I will say that was the hardest part of me trying to convince you to commission Snowy for it too, where I was just like, what the fuck can I show him that shows that she can, like, do it?
Yeah.
And so I had to... If I remember correctly, I showed you just, like, the different styles that she has pulled off before, and I was like, if there's a way, I know Snowy can do it.
Open to, like, whipping up a couple quick sketches as well.
That's true. She was actually extremely open to being like, yo, hey, let me see if I can do what you want.
Well, and part of it also helped that just through conversation, I had been leaning more towards, rather than trying to fit a chibi into my style, to do more of a wild departure of, like, fitting my style into a chibi, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, going the other way and leaning harder, because I think that difference makes it kind of funny and cute, rather than having tried to be, like, to carry the same feel of my model in the form of a chibi, which would have been... That is, like, I need a very specific artist for that. Like,
yeah,
I need like a very specific mecha artist who happens to also do chibis, which is like, that's a tall order.
Yeah, it was definitely something that, like in your case. Oh no, you ready?
Well, and
get ready. It's
briefly on that subject. Having her draw a couple sketches helped really solidify, like, oh no, I do like that goofy-ass, giant-headed little goober with funny fingers. Like,
yeah,
it took a sketch to be like, oh no, okay, I like that. That's the thing I like.
And even
it's
there,
hard to envision.
Yeah, it's like, even then, it's still free art. You may not be thinking of free art in that way. That is still free art. She went out of her way, did a little sketch.
Yeah.
Made it look like she would if she was being commissioned.
And that's
all it
how
took.
You have to get jobs. It's like, hey, I really would love to work with you. Here's a little sketch of something that I thought would be really cute for your character. Like, let me know if you want something in the future. Goodbye. Like,
yeah, I'm like, even
love your art. Bye. Like,
I think I have finally understood a bit more about what makes it so common with me. Is that I am in a very unique position for this. Is that I gotta respawn?
My health.
Careful.
Oh, well, yep. Do that quickly.
Although
these guys don't actually regenerate after.
So no, but it's still
total
something
crisis.
that
I'd like to not die.
Yeah, it's also if we can knock out another one after
shit.
too, because we actually have a time for the third.
Yeah.
So the thing I think is causing it the most with me is unfortunately that I am in a very extremely unique position of having a professional artist who does my stuff, because Snowy does all my art, but also I do present myself sort of with that, like, mindset of knowing how to do... Like, I have the mindset of, oh, I can do design.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can do design. Like, I design things on a daily basis, part of my actual job.
Oh, thank you, Priestess.
Oh. Gonna eat some hearts here real quick.
Yeah, that change was a couple streams ago, Priestess, simply because I realized having the video running for just that border was taking up 4% of my CPU, and I was like, you know, I think I can have better use of that than just running my dumbass background.
Oh boy. Oh, the background?
Yeah, so the background on stream in OBS, if you run any videos in OBS, it gets run by the CPU.
Yeah.
And the thing is I was running 2 videos, and
oh, no.
they were masking each other to make the effect that I had. They were like multiplying color and doing stuff, and so it was taking up. I mean, not like it's a huge portion of my CPU, but like 4% for a background is asking a lot when I'm already, you know, pretty tight on the CPU cycles anyway to run my complicated ass model. So I was like, you know what?
Just down that way.
I think it's time to cut it. Well, and I like this still background as well. The thing is this used to be an animated background, but the OBS plugin that I required to do that pulled a dickbag move, and while technically being free, put the current stuff behind a paywall. And they're like, well, the stable release is still free, but the stable release is for like OBS 29 or 28, which nobody uses OBS that old anymore. And so it's functionally paywalled. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty scummy, bro. I'm out.
If you want to know a secret?
Huh?
My background is a still from a board game I made. it's just the board.
Nice.
I literally just took the board game, took the actual board, and was like, okay, there's my background.
Hey, whatever works.
It worked way too well, and I was just like, all right, cool, done.
Yeah, honestly, I look forward to upgrading my computer because I feel like I can go back to doing more complicated, like, OBS combinations of things on stream again because, well, then I'd have way more cycles to work with.
Yeah. But yeah, like going back to the getting commission thing is gonna be it's gonna be hard for you to do, but it's because you're barking up like the literal worst tree when it comes to getting commissions.
Well, yeah, and the big thing is the well's been poisoned. Like,
yeah,
it's just a really shitty circumstance for people because like it used to be that, you know, maybe you could just try to work with people in, like, good faith, and people didn't have to immediately assume you were some jerkbag.
Grabbing the Stygians and immediately running to the next one, because we have 1 minute and 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to get the Stygian shards out of this one in general.
Yeah. But unfortunately, bots and scammers have just absolutely poisoned the well. I, you know, a large part blame freaking Elon Musk, who has made it infinitely worse. What an ass.
Yep, it's just the wrong tree to bark up, but it's unfortunately like one of the only avenues you have, actually.
Yeah, that's what sucks about it. Because like if you're trying to work up to being an art, well, and I mean, it goes together perfectly with what I was saying earlier about maybe I'll start tweeting a little bit about it to see if people want narration work done for small projects and just do it for free to get credits to my name and like have it out there. It's like, oh yeah, that's somebody who can do narration for stuff. It's like you just have to freaking bite the bullet, because how else are you supposed to find anything, you know?
Speaking of you wanting to do narration, by the way, I have a website for you after.
Oh yeah?
We found a website called Casting Call.
I've heard of that. Casting
Call.car or something like that. It's actually a much... it is a very, like, this is not a fully professional space kind of thing, where it's like, you can do professional stuff on it, but it's mostly for people trying to look to, like, get a credit in something.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people talk about it from the context of, like, hey, assholes, please stop using AI voices for your like, indie projects. There are lots of people who are willing to do stuff like go to casting call. Like that, I've seen that brought up like that in that context.
Okay, so I think we actually cheesed this, which tells us some good info, because the timer hit 0.
Yeah, it seems like if you get...
The moment I hit the boss, it hit 0, though. So I think that means we're actually safe.
Yeah, I think if you get this fight going prior to the time being up, I am gonna get my ass beat. Jesus.
Yep. But yeah, so the biggest, 100% biggest piece of advice for interacting with literally any streamer, do not solicit whatsoever. There is a time and a place. It is not the middle of their stream.
God damn it.
Or in their DMs, like, before, during, or after. It is you need to build the rapport, you need to do your homework, you need to show, like, your commitment.
Yeah, and
there is a lot
the
of
other thing
steps.
is, like, if what you're looking for is, like, a purely professional sort of, like start the conversation that way, in a professional way, but, like, you know, do it in such a way that is more likely to succeed, as we had been discussing.
You might just have to respawn.
Yeah, that's fine.
I can definitely avoid her for some time. Oh, I got her, but I died, so I'm gonna sit here waiting for you.
I'll be back soon.
Yeah, I got her, though, so we
That's
won.
good. Did it drop the Stygian shards?
Yep, everything's dropped.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's why I am waiting here instead, just out of fear. I don't trust these games to not. Good night, mister. See you in the morning. 11,
well,
13.
and what's really interesting
Socks on.
is that the whole, like, make free art to getting commissioned thing is, like, a consistent pipeline that... Oh, right, I can't do it. That is, like, should be well recognized, because, I mean, how many, like, really good fan artists eventually end up doing projects for people that they've, like, made fan art of, that they like a lot? Like, that is not an insignificant number. Like, that's just a thing that works. It's the long game. I
appreciate the compliment, Priestess. Just wanted to say that real quick.
Sure.
Priestess complimented the background.
Yeah. Like, it's the long game. It's not going to get you immediate results. But, like, that's what you have to do when you're building for, like, legitimate success in trying to become a paid commissioned artist. Like,
that one's still going?
It's probably lies like that last time we were trying to do. Because we went in there, we killed, like, some guys, but they didn't drop anything.
Wondering if it's worth the risk of attempting.
I mean, you can take a stab at it, but I'm going back, because I think that's what it's going to do.
That's fair, I can just choose to head back. I'm wondering if I can find a cave somewhere around here, though. Doesn't look like it. Oh, right. I'm gonna check my weapons quickly to see if I got the pistols.
Oh, sure.
Oh, we got so many from that!
Do we? I
don't think I picked
up any,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different ones.
Nice. Anything of particular interest?
I did not check what they were yet, other than there's no pistols.
Well, that's fine. We'll check it when we get back.
I just checked to see if there were pistols, and then I saw there was none. Yeah. There are some Reapers in there, and there was a greatsword in there.
Right, I was going to mention when you mentioned the casting call. I don't know if I would actually go through with using something like that, simply because I have a more almost like targeted goal, because like I would almost like to see if I can get it to work more in the VTubing scene sort of specifically, just because my goal out of that is to lead people to the YouTube channel, you know? Like,
that's fair.
It's not so much just to be voice actor, which, I mean, yeah, it'd be fun too. But it's more so like if I can manage to do the narration for a VTuber that blows up, then like that gives me a connection that some subset of people would potentially notice, right? Like, I'm going the wrong way. I should mark that. Where the hell?
Yeah, I just recommended using it because like it's something that I consider using, and like,
yeah,
even if it's just like, hey, you wanna like co-narrator or like a person to do voices with on stream, even that stuff can lead into like better credits and opportunity and stuff with casting call too.
Yeah, well, and honestly, it might be something I go to if I try to tweet and it predictably fails because my tweets don't go anywhere. So then it's like, well, yeah, maybe I'll give that a shot.
Yeah, like I'm tempted to use it specifically to find our last Vampire the Masquerade slot. That is still in the works. I'm still working on it.
I see.
It will not be done until we're done Persona for sure, which means we still have quite a while because I think we're like a quarter of the way through now, finally.
Persona's long games.
It's so long.
So long.
But I'm using that to my advantage of I started writing it like maybe the month before we started doing Persona, and I'm already busy enough as is, so this is my like passion project sort of deal of, hey, what happens if I try to write another VTM campaign?
Woo. Woo. It's a big-ass party of folks that were following you.
Yep.
I had to wade through them like a party crasher.
But I'm tempted to use casting call specifically to find like the one or two missing slots, because it would be entertaining to get people who want to do voice acting to do a game that's tabletop related.
Yeah.
Whew, right. Okay, weapons.
Yeah, I didn't pick up all that much at all that time around.
What is this thing? Silent Blade Tifanas. Ooh, I got axes. Ooh. Hey, I got an upgrade for my axes finally.
Nice.
I have meat rending claws. They will take the axes and they will infuse condemned.
Meat rending claws. You know, there's a stupid like barbecuing accessory that are like dumbass like bear claw knuckles that you can get to like allegedly help you pull chicken or pork or something, and you saying meat rending claws just brings those to mind, to be honest.
Interesting. But yeah, that was my I will say that that was the conclusion to the tangent on don't fucking solicit.
It's true.
My biggest piece of advice to literally anyone ever.
And of course, then it's that piece of advice, like every piece of advice, that has caveats, which is why we like don't solicit unless you know how to do it properly. And it's not on stream. On stream is not the correct time.
The big one, the big part of that was just don't solicit to an active streamer. If someone is actively streaming, you don't need to be soliciting them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the priestess was asking how, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's legitimately just that, like, because I am both a designer and work with a professional artist,
I guess
a lot of the stuff I do intentionally comes across as like you want more, almost. Like my banner, I'm super proud of how the banner turned out because I'm like, the banner tells a story. of just these dudes chilling on the sea. But it leaves all the questions open, and so it's like it is there to make people want to interact with it more. Oh yeah, by the time we got back, it's gone.
Yeah, I wonder if part of it is also that your aesthetic is like outside of the typical VTuber style, and especially with like low poly or chibi, which is unfairly viewed as like the budget options rather than like an aesthetic choice. They might see it as like a target to like, oh, well, you know, I could give them a step up, because like I don't ever get solicitors, which makes me wonder if, one, it's because nobody feels like they can actually work in my style, or two, that like they don't see the clear avenue to like what even they could prod at that's something like I would pay for, right? Because like
probably both.
It's like, what are they gonna do? Try to like make a different 3D model? Like, come on, get out of here! Like, what?
Yeah, I definitely hit some sort of like sweet spot when it comes to that stuff.
It's yeah, clearly.
It's annoying, but as annoying as it is, it can be entertaining, so I put up with it.
I mean, it is a little funny. I feel like it is.
Just
you
know,
could definitely get some content out of that for sure.
Oh, that's what I mean by just know. If you attempt it with me,
yeah,
you picked the worst possible person. I have a list. I'm making a list. I'm checking it twice. And bitch, it's only one list. There's no naughty or nice. I get so mad when I look at that channel on Discord. It's so rage-inducing.
It's funny.
It's just like there's just this giant like stack of shit in this one Discord channel that's like all these different people. For
it's
some
just
reason.
One of those things that like, where, let's like, if we steel man the circumstance, right, and we assume that they're not scammers, they're not like super bad faith, that like, where are all of these people learning the same shitty idea? Like, where are you learning this? Like, who is teaching you that this is the correct thing to do? Like, stop it.
You know what I think it is, to be honest? I think it's actually Fiverr in particular.
Oh. Yeah, it could be.
Or maybe not like specifically Fiverr, but like the common, I'm going to use this word, people are going to be mad about it, but it is technically the correct term. It is sort of the like common sense of go-to steps. When I say that, I quite literally mean it is just the sense that people have that is the most common of go-to steps to do this. Does not mean they're the right steps, but it is still technically common sense.
It's like it's the baseline uneducated steps of that's probably
yeah. It's hard to pinpoint what else it could be other than that, and like they work with websites like Fiverr where they're just used to getting shit done, because Fiverr specifically too cultivated this like weird culture with art because it was supposed to be the go-to place in that its name was how much you were paying. Right. So it was like, oh, you go to Fiverr, you spend a $5, you get some art, or you get something done. Not the case anymore.
Right.
But like that's how it used to be, and it kind of cultivated this sort of like pseudo culture with it, but that has turned into the bad practice side, and it just hasn't quite caught up yet.
Yeah, well, and
also
I do wonder.
Thank you for giving us a platform to go put writing and voice acting into. Appreciate you so much. No worries, Priestess.
Yeah, that's the doggo. He's got a cough. We gotta take him to the vet again. It's gotten worse. It hasn't gone away.
I got you covered, Priestess. if
Poor old doggo.
People need stuff to put stuff on, or like ways to learn to grow and expand, I had to learn it the hard way. Doesn't mean you have to. Come and ask about this shit. I find it interesting and enjoyable. Trying to think of what we could do to end off a stream here.
I mean, we could hunt another V-Blood.
We could. I do have the axes now, which means part of the farming was done.
So I mean, at this point, we're actually
matched
well strong enough to wrap up Act 4.
Let me see. What am I? I'm 63. What am I missing then?
I mean, I think 63. Like, I'm 62. I think 63 is pretty much
I guess
level.
It must be then. Where are you 62 from? What are you missing?
I don't know, actually.
Go through your armor. Let's make you the you're missing.
Check your blood. You might have something giving you a +1 gear level, or it might be that you've got the combination. Like, I have 2 sets of 2, so I'm not getting increased gear level by 1 from a item set.
Oh, it is that. It is actually my Crimson Templar set.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of, actually, hang on. Do we know the last piece, like one of the pieces of Crimson Templar? Because that will increase my health, which would be nice. Let me see. Nope, I see 3 in the thing. Or 3 out of 4.
Got the Dusk Watcher chest guard apparently recently.
Well, I guess we do the other guy next then. Angrim or whatever, yeah.
Angrim the Purifier.
Yeah.
Let's go get him.
He is indeed all the way up here. Good to know.
He is.
Oh wait, this place has sunlight?
Oh, yeah, it does. It's almost nighttime.
Huh.
This is the place where I was scrambling around because I was like, there ain't no shade up here.
Oh, I didn't know this place even had sunlight. Oh, what is that? What is that I see? Oh no, what is this?
Just not very much shade. Oh, I'm on fire. Oh, I have regrets. Whoa.
But yeah, like there's definitely good and bad ways to do things, and that's stuff that I'm always trying to learn about because oh god, Blade Dancer is right here.
Oh no. Oh, that's so many projectiles. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I'm passing through.
Yep. I used to have like terrible people etiquette. Like bad enough that you... Oh, hello, sir. Oh, found him.
Yep, that's the one.
Bad enough that you definitely wouldn't see me doing anything even remotely close to a stream.
Uh-oh.
Oh, got stuck. Because of the fact that I just had that bad of people etiquette, which just wasn't good. But because of that, I have devoted like a majority of my life to learning good and bad practice in relation to like almost anything.
Yep. People skills is a skill. It is not something people are born
It's not even
with.
just people skills that
shit.
It's not even just people skills that like I wanted to look into after that. It's like
oh, for sure. But it's one of those things that
the biggest thing that's always stuck with me
credit
is the idea of it's not called soft coding. I'm trying to remember what it's called, but there's a thing in programming called hard coding where, say you wanted to have the number 24 and then be able to change...
Well, that was rude.
That
was also rude.
Say you wanted, like, the number 24, and then you wanted to change that number 24 whenever someone pressed the Y button. the two ways of doing that are either hard coding it, so it's like, oh yeah, they pressed Y button, change number 24. Or you have two variables, and then you go, okay, they pressed Y button, take variable 1, change it to variable 2. And then all you have to do is change variable 2, and now that 24 can go from 24 to 26 to 24 to 32, etc., etc. I am down, I'm just going to respawn. He's close enough that I can... Yeah, he's close enough that I can go over there while you're cleaning up the ads quickly, too.
Yeah, there's plenty of freaking ads.
On my way. But when you hard code, it like... I give a terrible example of hard coding, but it means that you can never reuse that thing. And therefore it's bad practice. And so my mind learned that when programming and just went to, okay, but what's the best practice then? And now that's just like my go-to question for anything I'm working on.
What I always called that, I don't know if it's a technical term, is like abstracting it. You abstract it into variables instead of hard coding it. I feel like soft coding is maybe a term they use. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't think abstracting is the technical term. But...
I don't think it is either, but I don't think I hear soft coding being a term.
Yeah, it doesn't... I feel like that's something someone would call it, though, because...
Uniform, that's what it's
engineers...
doing that? The uniform code. Ooh, what did you pick up?
Bloodhunter chest guard.
Ooh. I have a gem for you. That's about it. I got Bloodhunter boots.
Veil of Illusion.
I can head back quickly, learn the stuff, and then see if we want either collar or yeah, no collar because it's 11:30.
Yeah, it's pretty late.
We've been going since 7 because it just going from 7 just helps me keep a bit more energy, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. It works out.
I feel like it's easier to do a bit longer of a stream that way. Where my biggest personal rule for streaming is I try to keep it to 4 hours at least.
It's fair. My typical is 3 to 4, but I don't really have any strong rules. Mainly, I just want to exceed 3 hours. That's my line. Like, as long as it's over 3 hours, I'm good.
I say 4 hours because that is, according to all the analytics I can find, literal, like, peak viewership and retention rates. Like, you will get the best viewership and retention numbers out of a 4 to 6 hour stream, I think it was.
Yeah, I think that particular hour doesn't quite work as well for mine, simply because of I usually start stream later, and so I see a tailing off because it gets late, and so like it's not as important that I keep going. I think that was true when I used to do Saturday streams at 3 in the afternoon, but that has the other problem of now being inconsistent in my times of the day. And I think the better trade-off was to just be the same time of day every time I stream, which I think has improved people making it.
I feel like that's the case for my Tuesday streams still, of like, because I stream early in the morning instead, it's harder for people to make it.
Yeah, and like the obvious trade-off is you could get a whole different set of people that can make it, but
yeah,
it's just one of those challenges.
It's also one of those things where, like, out of a Tuesday stream, I can get a lot more content than I can the Wednesday through Friday ones.
Yeah.
Because I can go from, like, 11 a.m. or 10:30 a.m. all the way until, like, 6 p.m. if I really want. And so I can find those nice natural stopping points on Tuesdays. But it does mean that
the Saturdays are when I was able to do the long-ass streams that I used to occasionally do, but I don't do anymore.
Yeah, it does mean for me that my Tuesday streams don't have quite as many regulars.
Yeah.
But I would say my trade-off in Tuesday streams not having the regulars is actually kind of working out to my benefit.
Yeah.
Because something that I'm noticing is it's actually pushing more traffic into my streams those days specifically. And so my retention is good every other day of the week. But my numbers are like so much better outside of the retention for any other day. Or for Tuesday, sorry. So like one of my Tuesday views, I was just like, oh yeah, is a Tuesday. I don't expect to see many in the way of like people viewing or chatting. And then the number was just like, yeah, hey, you had like 70 people watch your stream today. And I was just like, what the fuck happened? Where did that come from? You can learn the boots, by the way. I was gonna check what the Blood Hunter. I'm gonna see what the Blood Hunter set does.
Found a chest piece in there. Blood Hunter.
You got the chest piece. I got the boots.
Nice. 2 of them.
Dawnthorn? Yeah.
Yeah, is that...
We got the full set. The Blood Hunter is the same as us. No, it's a set. Blood Hunter increases weapon cooldown recovery rate. Blood Hunter only increases movement speed. Oh, I see why it's different though. So it's 1 gear level above us for each of the pieces. But it A takes silk, and B there's only a 2 and a 4 bonus. And the 2 bonus is movement speed, and the 4 bonus is the gear level. For the Dawnthorn ones. The Blood Hunter ones don't look too bad though, because it's weapon cooldown.
Yeah, well, and I imagine that the Dawnthorn is likely the starting point of the next sets.
Yeah.
Yeah, like those will be the starting point to make whatever the advanced stuff is afterwards.
Oh right, we got a new spell, Chaos Magic. Ooh, the other ultimate.
I do like movement speed though.
Well, next stream will be fun then, because it's going to be 2 Unholies. That'll be entertaining for me.
We have a couple pieces of silk, I guess.
Shout out to the forest. Well, we had a one of next streams will give us silk.
Yeah.
The spider.
Oh, yeah. Well, that would make sense.
Yep.
The spooter.
But yeah, the streams for me on Tuesdays are something that I'm very hesitant to let go of because of just how well they currently work. Mostly for my mental health, to be honest.
Hey, I mean, that's fair.
Like, I do Pizza Rogue work even on Saturdays sometimes, and Sunday too, pretty often, actually. Because of that, and like the never letting my brain just goddamn rest. On Tuesdays, I'm like, it's my break day. I stop, pick up a game, enjoy, have fun with it, play it.
Yeah. There is value in that, to be sure.
But that does mean that I don't get like a lot of the regulars. I get to play around with the new systems and whatnot. But that's why I still stream like average time for the other people. I'm just like,
right. Oh, hold on. I did pick up a gun. Chaos infused.
Oh, chaos. What does that do? What's chaos?
Draw twin shooters. Chaos infused hits inflict ignite.
Ah, so it's the fire one.
Ooh, yeah, like
I
Hellfire.
I feel like I'd still prefer Hellfire than the chill one, but
I'm also glad that you were maybe able to show up as well, Priestess. It's always a pleasure.
Oh, hey, Priestess. It wasn't working for you properly, but if you want to drop by one last time, you can come and try to get your daily on my end, because I actually have a daily system in place now. And at 45, there is a reward.
You stole my idea.
Watch your thing get yeeted into the void because of that. You might want to try the pints one as well. Of exclamation mark pints.
Say he stole it, but I suggested it, and also I'm not the
You
first
told
to
me
do that.
you told me to do it.
I did tell you to do it.
I was just like, hey, I'm looking for stuff, and then like during a V-Rising stream, you were like, oh hey, so do you have daily set up so that they can do the same thing?
Yeah. If you have currency, you should definitely have dailies because it gets them active, and then make sure that they get their.
Yep.
I did tell you to do it. He stole my stuff.
Hey, there you go, priestess. Wow, okay. The one thing I'm actually debating on tweaking is the number of channel points people get.
Yep. The whole economy thing is
You have 2
art.
beers, you are valued at 2 pints. Who the fuck are you valued at 2?
I have been extremely generous in my channel points. People have a shit ton of them.
You know
I need some really high value redeemed, but I don't know what they would be.
Priestess, you have taught me invaluable information. Thank you. Oh, your messages are getting seen by my system.
Oh, are they?
But I specifically told it to do both live and daily from yours. So what's happening is they're getting the message at exactly the same time. So when they check the messages, they see that that message ID is already classed as a message. Therefore, it determines, hey, we don't need to show that message. Their ID is already in the list of messages.
Of course it is.
That's why your stuff is probably broken. I will try that next time. I am happy that using the Steam Deck was like just a really good solution because I can just leave my Steam Deck on the desk.
Yeah, that is a handy addition of. Honestly, I feel like you could make like a short about. Although, I mean, obviously your solution is very specific. I'm wondering if there's anything else people would be able to run on a Steam Deck to free up for streaming.
Well, yeah, actually, quite a bit of stuff when I think about it. Like any other.
I feel like that could be like a hot tip. If you've got a Steam Deck and you could run this or this or this, and free up space on your main system if you stream. That may be a short that has legs.
I think I'd be okay with it. My issue is I don't like those shorts. I don't like info shorts because I am notoriously like a doom scroller.
Sure.
I go until I find the next funny.
I mean, as true as that is, from my understanding, info shorts are more effective on YouTube Shorts than they are on TikTok. So it's an environment that works for it.
I know, it's just not my style is the problem.
I know.
But yeah, so I just run it on the Steam Deck now, which is really nice. But there's other things you could run on the Steam Deck. Essentially anything that's part of an overlay. That you don't need to constantly or that you want to constantly have active, I should say, or that you want to make run better.
Yeah.
Tip is just try it on the Switch. If it works on Linux, it's good. Hell, if you can do it in Unreal or Unity too, UPO would actually run flawless in Unity.
Oh yeah,
on Switch. And so, even if you found a way to... this is taking it a step too far, but, if you were to find a way to do what Vignon does, but within Unity itself, you could save on so much optimization.
Probably.
And you just have a second device just running it. It can be, a Raspberry Pi that runs it, too. You don't even need the feed.
Oh. Fair.
Because I use my Steam Deck because I don't have another system that I can actively set a feed into. But as long as you can output to HDMI, you can also still then check it by just looking at the OBS feed. That's all I do.
Yeah, that's fair.
I have noticed that what I'm probably going to try to do is my Steam Deck is actually the perfect size where if I made the ledger full screen, I could duplicate the display and then only have to look at the Steam Deck and I would see my ledger just as that perfect little size. And so I'm like, I wonder if I should go through the effort of resizing everything in Unreal just to like make it full screen, hide the links system somewhere. It would just work well.
Priestess, that's a very good use of Raspberry Pis. I have never actually sat down and messed with Raspberry Pis.
They're so much fun to play with.
I know, I know. Everybody freaking loves them. They're great. I recognize they're great. It's lazy.
It's really
other shit.
It really is the GoPro of computers. Is the way someone
put it. Except it had legs, whereas GoPro's kind of dying. You know.
No, GoPros are still used fairly often today.
They are, but they have not reached the sort of long-term profitability success that they...
It may not look like the same product, though, because they do also, they make drone cameras, too, now. So, like, a bunch of different...
seems about right.
Yeah, a bunch of different drone stuff. Like, a lot of their camera tech can just come from a GoPro. Or GoPro as, like, a company, which is how they are staying afloat, I imagine.
Yeah, probably.
But that's why I'm like, Raspberry Pi is 100% just the GoPro of computers.
Well, regardless, we could probably sit here and just, like, yak for another hour, but we do need to conclude this, for it is late.
We can deafen and end our stream here.
Yeah. A successful day, honestly. We got quite a bit done. We got our artifact weapons started up. We've got...
Yep.
You know,
next time
we got a couple of the V-Bloods, a lot of farming done.
Next time it says starting in 43 minutes, so we'll be able to do more incursions too. Can look for more of the pistols. It does tell me that we should be 20 levels higher roughly before we do the newest stuff. The newer ones that I found, the other ancient forge bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
Because they take the 1,500 buy one. But yeah, that being said, I'm gonna go say goodbye to chat. Thank you, Po, for the stream.
Yep.
I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to doing this again next week.
Absolutely.
And then we'll go say goodbye to chat.
Yep.
So, thank you, chat. I hope you all had a good time, as much as I did. I cannot wait to do this again. Please enjoy. Tomorrow, we stream The Pal. Till then, have fun, be safe, and of course, as absolutely always, stay ghoulish, my friends.